amount may be is going to affect of course, you're going to be out that cash for the year to pay down that debt, but then it's going to affect your retirement rate also.
Right.
So,
And the cash position that we're in because of the rate environment.
So we have received, of course, the certified values and then the new calculations of the tax rate. We'll share our screen here. This updated spreadsheet is, of course, on the budget workshop drive today, unfortunately. But that one is just one that's there. We've had questions, and we can always adjust as more information comes in.
Good.
The other ones that we'll need to come back to in this department are the MHMR contracts. And then, of course, those will come in for your review in this next month. The animal birth control clinic. So they increased their ask this year to that $125,000. You had questions about what the city was contributing to ABC. And so what we have found out, they currently and have for some years now, their budget is $166,000. Theirs is a little bit different than ours. So what's happening there is they budget, and then they have an agreement with, of course, with ABC, and they're being billed per instance per surgery and microchip. And so theirs, they've budgeted 166 for a while, but from what I gathered, it's just a flat rate that has been sufficient to cover the amount that's billed to them monthly. So they have not adjusted that for a while, but it's, again, just based on how many instances they are actually billing for.
So that's a little different than our arrangement where we're just giving them flat money to do whatever they.
To cover the areas outside outside the incorporated cities, yes, sir. So with the 125,000, it's just down at the bottom of perfect. That section there. She says that to reach the areas in need, this would cover over 1,500 animals. They would receive spay, neuter, and microchip, and that the 19,000, the past funding level, is exhausted within 3 months usually. Economic Development Department. The Sports Commission asked for an increase in funding of $30,000, so this would increase to $130,000 from our previous $100,000. You had asked about the city of Waco and what they had funded and what they planned on funding. They have always contributed $75,000, and of course their budget is not adopted yet either, but the plan is that they would continue the $75,000 level of funding into next year. Stay on our timeline. Those letters need to go out from the judge's office today. So I just wanted to just come back here and just make sure that we all knew what those ending numbers look like. Everyone has received a COLA on this list. So the right side is just what our fiscal year 22 elected official salaries look like. Some of the judges are, the COLA doesn't apply to them because those numbers are set a different way. But the ones that are highlighted in yellow, those were the amounts that Anna spoke on and recommended moving those up to a certain level. And then, of course, the COLA is added on top of that. So I just wanted to just make sure that we were all still, agreeable to those amounts, just because those letters do need to go out today. And we hadn't really looked at.
The adjustments came in the highlighted yellow.
Yes, sir.
And that was due to the fact that they were out of our criterion.
Yes. So you brought those up.
Between now and the final adoption, which is August the 24th, we will come back and talk about the disposition of any of the funds that are over and above the policy of our unassigned fund balance policy of 33%, and how we, if we choose to apply any of those towards things. And one of the, one item was on our retirement debt. It looks like there's about a little over $90,000. For every $1 million we pay down on that debt, there's a little over 90,000 and some change.
Correct. So
savings that goes up over time if salaries are adjusted up.
That's correct. So yeah, those paying in $1 million or whatever the amount may be is going to affect your, of course, you're going to be out that cash for the year to pay down that debt, but then it's going to affect your retirement rate also,
Right.
so.
And right, the cash position and because of the rate.
Recording in progress.
All right, good morning, everyone. Let's call court to order. Today is Tuesday, December the 21st, 2021. It's 9 a.m. Proof of posting, please.
The agenda was posted on Thursday, December 16th, 2021 at 3:55 p.m. and a supplemental agenda was posted on Friday, December 17th, 2021 at 3:15 p.m.
Thank you. Okay, let's stand briefly for a moment of silence, and then we'll have Veteran Service Officer Steve Hernandez do the pledge of the flags.
Yes, and now the pledge. I pledge of allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now the Texas pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Okay, thank you, Steve.
Yes, sir.
All right, we had no one call in for call-in public comments, and is there any public comments from the audience? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward to item D under proclamations and resolutions. Commissioner Jones, you have a proclamation?
Yes, it's a proclamation honoring the Live Oak Classical School football team, TAP six-man Division II state champions. On December the 1st, they won the state championship, defeating a team from the Bronzeville area. And they were 14-0, number one in the state all season long.
Great,
So, perfect season.
all right.
Make a motion to approve the proclamation.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Pass. Thank you. That's great. Okay, under item E, under consent agenda, I've got recommended pulls of E6, A2, and then also E3A, HR matter for HR, and E3B, HR matter with DA's office. Are there any other suggested pulls? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of those pulls?
Motion to approve. Second.
We have a motion and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Dustin?
Yes, sir. Good morning. Judge, if we could go to item N1, a discussion and or action on matters regarding COVID-19. I'd like to call on Elizabeth for a quick update.
All right. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So you guys may have seen the article that the Omicron variant has been detected here in McLennan County. And just kind of a reminder for everyone, the health district is encouraging booster shots and they are hosting their clinic at their office. They're going to be closed with Christmas, December 24th through the 27th. But after that, they will be back up and running, giving those vaccines for anybody who still needs to get a COVID-19 vaccine.
Are they doing testing as well, Elizabeth?
Not at this time. They're recommending either that 24/7, that testing facility outside of the mall. I know they have been looking into contracts to bring back community testing. I don't think they have anything confirmed so far, but they were looking into it last I've heard.
Okay. Now, in regards to the testing, previously, they were free testing, and that was through federal grant. It was federal, right? It was not state?
We've had both. So we did the federal surge testing program last year, and then we did have some state-sponsored testing as well. So we have done both here in McLennan County.
Okay, so state, just to be clear, we do not have testing kits from federal or state provided to the communities, right? Is that correct?
Correct. No.
Okay. So I'll be contacting our state representatives and state senator to try to find out if that's something, it's a possibility out there. All right? Anything else, Elizabeth?
That's all I have on COVID-19.
All right, any questions for Elizabeth? All right, Dustin?
All right, move to item F1J, McLennan County Fire Protection Association, authorization of additional funding requests for active 911 notification system. I'd like to call on Denny Stapleton.
All right, he's here with us, so he's coming up to the microphone.
Morning, Judge and Commissioners and staff.
Good morning.
My name's Denny Stapleton. I represent Jeff Willem, who's the president of the McLennan County Fire Protection Association. He's working at Station 14 today, so he asked me to come in and bring this to you. What the association is requesting is we have been utilizing a product called Safe Alert to notify our 16 fire departments that are dispatched by the County Fire Dispatch Center to respond to calls, and we're looking for an upgrade of a newer system that will give us a better ability to provide information to the volunteers that are responding to calls. The system is very user-friendly. It is an app that they would have that would send the information to their phones directly from the CAD system. This would be something that we'd ask for on a yearly renewal component, but at this time, we're asking for 300 users and at a cost of $3,675.
All right, any,
The key thing on this, just so y'all know, they came to see me to discuss ARPA funds, which this doesn't qualify for. I want to say that right up front.
Correct.
But I was disturbed to find out that on mutual aid calls, sometimes they're not getting the call for 30 minutes after it went out. And that's just not acceptable. It's a life safety issue, and that's why I encourage them to come before the court and we put this on the agenda.
So we're gonna do away with the Safe Alert?
Yes, sir.
And go to the other system?
Yes, sir.
Now, are we assuming, or are we requiring all the departments to go to this so that we make sure that everybody can communicate? How do we know that they're all gonna move to the system?
So it doesn't include all the fire departments in the county. It's just the departments that the county fire
Right,
dispatches. But we have an agreement with them that they will go to this system. It is just a better
Right.
method of providing
Sure.
information
Okay.
to them. It even gives them a map.
I would hate for one of them not to go
No,
and
we
then
have
be
cooperation
left out
from,
there.
yes,
Okay.
sir. We have cooperation from the agencies. They understand ever since the West incident, we understand that this is just a better way to provide information to our volunteers. Yes, sir.
And they had a recording of a call out that they played So even if you get it in a timely manner, I couldn't understand what they were saying.
Right, the old system
It
went
was
off
so
of a
hard.
radio. It was a audio version of a radio that was dispatched out, and this is all done through CAD. You hit a button, sends the message to their phones. Then they can hit another button on their phone, pull up the map, show exactly where it is. They can actually even put in there if they're en route. So that would even help the incident commanders to know that, you know, I've got this many volunteers that are responding to this incident. So very robust system, very popular system that's being utilized all over the state, all over the nation. So it's not something that's just a fly-by-night deal. We did a lot of research on this particular component, sir.
So we can't accomplish this, I guess it would be way more expensive with a radio system. I mean, we're spending a lot of money on the radio, upgrading our radio system right now all over the county, and we should have coverage everywhere, but not everybody has radios.
That's the next issue that needs to be tackled.
Okay.
You're heading in the right direction.
The 800 system,
Yes,
Yes, sir.
and it's a big issue.
it is a
No,
bit
no, it's gonna be,
expensive.
it's gonna be a big issue. But Commissioner Jones, short of that right now, we felt this was the most efficient way to eliminate a life safety issue without making a commitment. Well, they're still gonna need it even with the radios. They're still gonna need this because they can't carry the
Another good system.
radio everywhere they go.
Who does send the notification?
So we,
Maybe
the Waco
Dispatch.
communication system has a component in there that takes care of just the 16 volunteer fire departments.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Okay, great. You'd hate for somebody to, send a bunch of erroneous,
No.
you know.
They'll type it into the CAD system, hit a button, and it'll go out. And then each individual user can either decide to receive all of them from the whole county or just their individual agencies. There's a lot of really neat components about this.
Oh, okay.
Yes, sir.
Francis, what budget, how would we,
So we have a line that's fire protection services already in the general fund where we budget for each department as well as the amount that we give to the Fire Protection Association. So we could include that amount there. We do budget each year an amount that each department can bill when they travel outside or go to help another entity. And we haven't had any of that billing for a few years. So there's an amount there that I'd say, would accommodate it, that we don't need a budget amendment right now. I would say just hold off until we would know we would need one, but those funds would be available in that line item.
okay, thank you. What's the pleasure of the court?
I'd make a motion to approve the request for the new active alert system for the volunteer fire departments.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
All right, have a Merry Christmas.
All right, you too.
Dustin, we do have Chris Collins in the audience.
Okay, and Judge, Chris has about 7 items, I believe. So we'll go ahead and start with item H7, action to rescind previously approved industrial business grant agreement with Holt Texas Limited for investment in real and personal property. Chris?
Morning, Chris.
Good morning. Happy holidays to everyone.
Thank you.
You have a request or an action item to rescind the current program project agreement, the business grant agreement with Holt Manufacturing. This was in support of their acquisition of the facility formerly owned by Caterpillar Work Tools. They've just decided that it's not in their best interest to move forward with the agreement and sent us a letter notifying us of that. So this is just an administrative task.
Okay. And they're doing well? I mean,
Yes, sir, they're doing
everything-
well. They're doing everything that they committed to, but there is, with some of the changes to the tax code from 2017, the way that they have to book economic development incentives is seen as a revenue source, and so they have to pay corporate income taxes on that. And when they looked at that and weighed it in their accounting office, they determined that it was not in their best interest to move forward with it.
Okay. All right.
Is that universal? I mean,
Yes.
is it? Okay.
Okay. Any other questions for Chris on that? What's the pleasure of the court on that?
Move to approve H7.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose? Pass.
Under I-1, regarding the program project agreement with Polyglass USA Incorporated, I-1A is authorization of first amended program project agreement, and I-1B is authorization of payment request.
What you have before you is an amendment to the program project agreement that we executed with Polyglass in 2015. They had commitments to create their investment in jobs by the end of 2017. They had delays in construction that pushed that back, which therefore pushed their job creation back both by a year. And so this is amending that agreement, pushing those metrics dates back a year for each on the investment side and the job creation side. We did ask them to make some additional amendments to the baseline wage along with this. So they, when we agreed to this originally, the baseline was $12 an hour because that was what the metric was for WEDMEC at the time. They've since increased their baseline metric for hourly wages, and it's reflective of the $15 an hour minimum that WEDMEC requires. They have met all of the metrics of the agreement. They have been reporting to us annually since this agreement was executed as well, even though they've not received any of the funding yet. And I will say that they have exceeded on all levels. And in fact, on their employment side, they have one of the highest county residencies of any of the agreements that we have currently active. So I think all but one of their employees resides in McLennan County. They've exceeded on their wages as well and on their capital investment. So what you have before you is an amendment for the agreement that changes the timeline, but also adds an additional year for reporting purposes. So the term of this will now go through December 31st, 2022. And then the second piece of that is with the, assuming that this is approved, would also authorize the county's portion of disbursement for their funds. The grant total was $225,000, so the county's portion would be half of that.
Okay, and that would be under I-1.
Yes, sir.
B.
All right. Okay, any questions or comments? I like that increased hourly wage. That's good. What's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve item I-1A and I-1B.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose?
I'm just gonna have a question. I apologize, I jumped the gun, Judge.
Okay, pass. What was your question?
Sorry about that. Is this something that we might start seeing with all the issues that we're having getting goods into the country? And do you think we're gonna see some agreements that are coming back for some modifications?
I do. I do think that we're going to see a couple of agreements that are going to come in the beginning of next year. You're going to see an amendment request to the Merrick Engineering Agreement. Their project was delayed. They've just now broken ground on their project, and it was supposed to be done by the end of this year. So you're going to see something come up early next year related to that. You might see an amendment to the Amazon request as well, just because their start has been delayed too, due to supply chain issues. So they've not opened the operations because they haven't gotten the final equipment in, which also means that they haven't begun their large hiring ramp up. They have some employees that are on site now and doing training, but they've certainly not ramped up the way that they had anticipated they would originally.
One more question, since you mentioned Amazon. Do we know if, even if these RIMDEC employers, if they're utilizing the stipulation where they're gonna pay people the minimum base of $15 an hour, when they're going through those temporary agencies, are they still adhering to the $15 minimum base pay?
I don't know that for sure, but I do know that they don't qualify as a WEDMEC employee until they are a permanent, full-time employee of the company, not under a temporary agency. So there's usually a transition period. If a company hires someone, it's 30, 60, 90 days, and then if it works out well, they will transition them into a full-time employee by that company, and that's when they qualify, and they have to qualify under the wages at that point.
How do we monitor that in regards to when we release our program funds? Because my understanding is that Amazon's going through a temporary agency. People are not allowed to apply straight to Amazon. They're going through a temporary agency.
We won't count them as an Amazon employee until they are employed by Amazon and receiving an Amazon paycheck. So if they're using a temporary agency, we won't count them until they are actually an Amazon employee.
And so they won't get those program funds?
They will not.
Okay.
And in that instance, just a reminder, Amazon does not have a program project agreement through WEDMEC. They just have a business grant agreement. But again, those employees won't qualify even under that agreement until they have become Amazon employees.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, going to item I2. That's action to rescind previously approved program project agreement with,
We just did that.
oh, we did that one. I apologize.
This is actually the program project agreement with Holt, Chris.
Oh, well, we need to rescind that one too. I'm sorry.
Yes.
I don't have I don't have the full agenda, so,
Okay.
excuse me.
You're-
All
So,
right.
same
For the
as
same
before.
reason?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay. I move we rescind the program project agreement for Holt, Texas LTD. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
All right, and Judge, moving down to the supplemental under item D1 regarding the program project agreement with Unconditional Love Incorporated, authorization of payment request.
So what you have before you is the request from Unconditional Love, doing business as Hello Bello, out in Texas Central Park, that for the first payment per the program project agreement. So their total grant award was $2.5 million. The first payment of that, so it's paid out over 5 years, and the first payment was $500,000 out of the fund once they had met certain metrics. So they had to receive their certificate of occupancy, they have had to hire at least the first 50 jobs, and they had to have also adhered to the investment requirements of at least $9 million in the facility. They've met all of those metrics and have submitted their request for payment. So the county's portion of that would be $250,000.
All right, any questions for Chris on that? All right, what's the pleasure, Gord?
Motion to approve the payment request.
Second?
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
D2 is regarding the program project agreement with Tractor Supply Company of Texas, authorization of payment request.
So we have another payment request for your consideration. This is with Tractor Supply Company. We executed a program project agreement with them in 2020 for expansion, but also to support the construction of a private drive off of Bagby into their site. So if you can imagine, Corporation Parkway sees a lot of congestion between the hospital, between Tractor Supplies, trucks and employees coming in, and then also just normal road access. That, on top of all of the other business that we're going to see starting up in the 2022 timeframe, would just add additional congestion into that area. That creates some life safety issues, especially for the hospital, but it also just creates congestion and traffic safety issues along I-35 in that Corporation Parkway. So Tractor Supply has constructed a new private driveway off of Bagby into their site that will take all of their trucking traffic off of Corporation. All of those trucks will now come in on the backside of the facility, and only their employees will utilize the front entrance. So that will help considerably with that congestion at that area. The grant request was for $2,700,000. The county's portion of that being $1,350,000. They have met all the metrics of their agreement and are exceeding. So they had to maintain at least 400 jobs. They have over 600 jobs on site currently. And they had to, over a period of time, invest at least $9 million in the facility. Currently, they're at $8.3 million, but they don't have to hit that $9 million marker until the end of 2025. So they will definitely exceed that number. So staff recommends approval of this
Okay.
request.
All right.
One
Yes, ma'am.
question. I'm always nervous when I see the average, and it says the average annual wage should be no less than that 32,000. This is a
ma'am.
little over $15 an hour.
I did the math on it when we submitted this, and they are exceeding that. So I believe they're at 37 was the number 37,000 when I ran the average of where they are on
Okay.
site.
So that means that the low base wage is what?
Their base wage is at least
Is the
$15 an
15?
hour.
Okay.
Okay, any other
That's
questions?
the average wage there is 37.
Yes, when I ran their employee roster before submitting it for payment request.
Any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
E2 is the Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce Monthly Economic Development Report for November 2021.
Thank you, Dustin. You have in your report full financials and a full overview of our economic development activity. Just looking at the business attraction report, we've had a really strong year of activity, up from where we were in 2020, which was, considering all things, an incredibly busy year. Looking at the full metrics of our activity, we have exceeded unemployment, so we've had over 1,000 new jobs announced for this year. With square footage, we had a goal of 500,000 square feet of either new or absorbed square footage for the community. That number is 1,269,600 square feet, and all of that is new construction. And then on the investment side, we had a goal of $80 million for the year. We exceeded that goal with $513 million worth of new investment in the community. And when you look at where these projects are occurring, they're throughout McLennan County, which I think is great because it shows that there is a lot of opportunity across the board, and that we are certainly being seen as a strong area in the Central Texas marketplace. We're seeing a lot of activity even through the Christmas holiday right now with projects that are interested in the community for new operations. We're submitting sites still across McLennan County for consideration, and definitely getting a lot of looks in this marketplace right now.
Is the project development biggest still active?
We've not had a lot of activity related to that one lately.
Okay.
So my thought is that they're probably concentrating on a different community at this point.
Okay, thank you. All right, any other questions? Is there a motion to approve this report for recording purposes?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass. And then, Chris, we will, is that, I think that's all on this.
Yes, sir.
There is one in executive session.
Yes, sir, just a
You're
very
gonna-
short one in exec, that I'll just zoom in for that one.
Okay, we'll text you when we're ready to
Perfect.
do that.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank y'all.
All right.
Merry Christmas.
Merry
Merry
Christmas.
Christmas.
And Judge, I don't see Janelle Foster on. I know she was on earlier, so we can hold those two items.
Okay.
If you're ready, Judge, and we've got several items on ARPA. I know Tom Ray's in the audience as well, so we
Yes.
can jump over to, let's go to item L1 regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund American Rescue Plan Act. We have several different items on ARPA. Judge, I don't know where you'd like to start. We actually have L1A is discussion and or action on ARPA funding requests. We have 4 requests that we've asked BKD to review that are included in the packet. We also want to talk a little bit about updating our spending plan. We have a discussion about the volunteer fire department's ARPA request to help with lost revenues. And then we also have an item for Tom Ray as well.
Okay. Well, as you've probably heard around the country and in the state and about criticism to local government entities that are holding these dollars that they need to start moving to get those out, which I agree that if they are, if we do have eligible, especially local needs that qualify according to our assessment as well as BKD, LA and Tom Ray, that we should take those under consideration. I talked to Francis a little bit about as we get into this and that we create a spreadsheet, just like in budget, where we can take off and add, and we'll end up with a fund that's unassigned that at the end, we'll need a plan that if monies aren't spent, that we've got another option to go to before the deadline expires in 2026 on the final distribution of those dollars. In these different entities out there that have requests out there, the discussion can be around, does it meet the qualifications as described or as studied, investigated by BKD or LA and Tom? And then is this amount, does the court have a consensus that this is the amount we ought to fund? Or if it's a lesser amount, or there's subject tos, that those are clearly stated as a group, so we can take it from there and start moving towards a resolution on getting some money out into the community. So, Dustin, if you want to just start, I guess, from the top and.
Sounds good. And Judge, I know IT has shared Tom's spreadsheet, but I'm gonna take it down if I can, and then I'm gonna share my screen.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. So here's just kind of a general overview of where we are, and I'd ask Mike and Francis, please add anything in, or please interrupt if we need to. We had approved our spending plan before, and in it had set aside $25 to $30 million for the downtown jail, had $5 to $7 million for upgrades to HVAC, plus the funds approved for Waco Family Medicine and MHMR, and then $2 million available for non-county projects. We've got some more info back on these separate projects, and so one thing that we'd like to discuss is looking at our spending plan. Through our conversations with Brinkley Sargent, still don't have them engaged on the downtown jail yet, but looking back at old figures and escalating those, we think that a budget for the downtown jail is in that $35 million range. Looking at the HVAC upgrades to the courthouse and other facilities, and also the air purification, we still have that RFP out right now on it. Think that approximately $3 to $5 million could go to those upgrades. Already approved the $5.5 million for Waco Family Medicine and MHMR. That would leave roughly $4.5 million total left over, and not counting any contingency on those other projects. So wanted to talk to the court about looking at under the spending plan saying that there's 3 million available for these now non-county projects. Those would be the infrastructure projects that Tom Ray is going to talk about. That would also be the other requests we've received from nonprofits and from other entities. Moving on to those requests from the other entities. Those are in your packet right now. We went through the main ARPA master spreadsheet and worked with BKD and identified the nonprofits or nonprofit type entities that had gave us a specific request, then sent these on to BKD for them to review. BKD came back with their justification saying that these are eligible projects, and BKD does give the caveat that we're still operating under the interim final guidance right now, don't have the final rule yet. So they stressed that it's important to have good backup documentation and supporting documentation on these requests. So we've started just doing searches and looking for backup documentations, just as an example of how the pandemic affected substance abuse, and also like on disabled individuals, how it impacted those. So we have articles that can be used as supporting guidance. So before you today, we have 4 requests. The first one is the Syntex Minority Business Equity Fund. Their request was in the amount of $50,000. Centacor has requested $24,500. Centacor is a nonprofit. That funding would help complete renovation projects that were delayed during the pandemic. Friends for Life has requested $348,000. That's funding needed for guardianship services along with the other services they provide. And this is a figure that Inez Russell had calculated based on their lost revenue during the pandemic. And then we have a request from Trinity Sports totaling $50,000. And so what we've done, the spreadsheet before you, we've included a column. If the court would like to move forward with these requests, we can plug in the amount the court approves, and then we will still have to bring back the subrecipient agreements with each of these entities, and we could do that on one of the January agendas. So we just wanted to get these in front of the court and, like Judge said, start kind of moving through our list, and then also knowing we've got Tom Ray's items that he's going to present later this morning, and then a request to talk to y'all about the volunteer fire departments as well.
Okay, so under the Syntex Minority Business Equity Fund, the request is for $50,000. Dustin, I know you did some a little bit of look into that. You got some comments on that?
Yes, sir. So it would provide access to business capital to help minority small businesses during the pandemic. And it is something that BKD has said does fit in the interim guidance.
Is this the 50 that they said they may come back and approach us for that we had somewhat agreed to if they got a certain?
No, that's a different group,
That's a total different group.
totally different group.
Well, and one other thing in the act, it stresses that underserved populations, projects that serve underserved populations and help them as a result of economic downturn from the pandemic are high on the list of approved projects.
Kind of give you a little logistical background, but you were getting ready to say something.
No, go ahead.
This would be a startup of a program they ran at the beginning of the pandemic. They worked with the city of Waco, and you all may remember when the county and the city of Waco came together and we contributed to the Small Business Equity Loan Fund, and it was administered through the city of Waco. The Hispanic Chamber and African American Chamber worked with identifying also small businesses. Their funds exhausted. We were able to help small businesses that for various reasons were unable to access the PPP and EIDL loan. You know, some small business just didn't have the infrastructure in place, you know, attorneys and CPAs of that like. And so that small business equity loan program did help some of those small businesses, though, kind of make it through that period when we shut businesses down. They found out that still lingering through, we're still in COVID and still lingering through and kind of trying to bounce back. They started this loan program last year, and they've exhausted those funds, I think, down to about 20,000. They do have structure in place. They have a committee that reviews all applications. They go through a process, and then based on the criteria that they use when they worked with the city, they are allocating grants up to 5,000 for minority businesses throughout the county. And so in that document, I was looking for mine. It's not Reagan's fault. I got to learn how to navigate the server. But in the document that Reagan sent out, where she lists all of the groups that have applied for funding, you will see their full document and proposal. I think that there are some businesses that attribute them to having staved them through this time. People are just not getting back out. You know, we go to Walmart and we go into H-E-B, but there's some small businesses that if we don't have to get out and go to, we're just not going to them, and they're still struggling. And I would just hate to see us lose those businesses, those mom and pop shops, especially our minority, and that's not just African American, Hispanic, that's Asian, that's Waco Child, that's all of our small businesses that are struggling. And they help all small businesses struggling. They just happen to be the Centex African American Chamber of Commerce. So
Is this program duplicated anywhere in the community?
Not in McLennan County. I know the city started a program kind of some months back, maybe a year or so back, but I believe they've exhausted those funds, and I think they're looking at how to reshape and roll it out again, maybe. But right now, it's not up and going.
Okay.
And another question I'm gonna have on every one of these is how many other entities are they approaching that may have ARPA funds?
That's a definite interest of mine. If they're located within a city, whatever city it is, and it's only benefiting, in other words, I need to see proof that it's benefiting the whole county. If there are in fact small businesses throughout the whole county, or if this is within an incorporated area and they're only benefiting businesses within that area, are they also going to that area for funding to match?
I can say that they have applied to the city of Waco, but the city and the county are the only entities they've applied to. They have not received any funding from anyone.
Okay, so Commissioner Smith, if I can follow up, so what would like to see is their history of who they've lent money out to, and if it covered.
Any of these, if they're supporting the entire county, or if they're just supporting businesses or individuals for any of these other groups, any of these groups, are they only supporting individuals within a city or business within a city? And if they are, and that city got ARPA funds, are they also willing to contribute to it? Are we funding all of it to benefit just one area?
Yeah, okay.
That's my question. I don't know. Does anybody else feel that way or not?
Well, I would just like to see how many different entities that may have got funds that they're approaching. And if they are, then we might want to modify the request a little bit. But if we're the only entity they're approaching, then I get that, and I don't have a problem.
And if they get turned down, but it's still a worthy, but I'd like to know if.
But if we're approving this here and they've got another entity approving something here and then somebody else that had ARPA funds approving something, I think we probably need to be on the same page. Someone will look up and go, holy cow, how did that group get that much money?
Right.
When we only thought we were. So I just think it would be wise for us to look at that.
The big picture.
Yes.
Yeah. And I think these are very worthy organizations. I really do.
And at face value, they are.
But are we the only ones that are we the only ones that are gonna help them? I mean, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so if I understand it right, the information that we need to get is, one, and the money prior to this request, where did it go out to, which geographic areas? And then second, what has been the contribution? In this case, for sure, is City of Waco going to commit something, or not? And was the request 50 for each city and the county, City of Waco and the county, or is it 50 total? And then, you know, if it's 50 total, then we could challenge the city that we'll put up half if y'all put up half.
Right, and if it's 50 and 50, and the city doesn't approve it, are they gonna come back and ask us for an additional 50 to
Yeah.
cover that loss that they had that they didn't anticipate, so.
All right.
I think we just, I know we're wanting to get some of these funds out.
Yeah,
but
I'd like to
just-
get them out. Even if we write it into the agreement, go ahead and agree to spend it, but write it into the agreement.
Well, in regards
have
to the
to prove
agreement,
up.
yeah, in the regards, and I'm glad you brought that up. We haven't asked Mike and Dustin to do subscription agreements. Until we know that we're gonna do something, because they're involved and they're specific to the organization. And so we will review those, but we will put the, you know,
Well, if you're looking at doing the agreements in January, you could push this to closer to that time or at that time.
Well, I don't think we should be in any rush to do any, if there's more research needed. This is the only time we're ever gonna get this money, and for it to be, not thoroughly researched, and I know we are, and
We will.
but I just don't feel like there should be, just because somebody wrote a letter to the paper or something like that.
yeah, and
or-
that's
or-
really not what I was talking about.
Uh-huh.
I was talking about
I mean, I don't know, you know, I think we are, it's our fiduciary duty to guard these funds and do this,
Agreed.
do the due diligence on this, on these, on these requests.
I agree, and, but we need to get started.
Yeah.
But anything that y'all feel like that we need to have additional information, and we'll get it and bring it back to you. We won't be rushing we'll get the answer before we move forward.
Judge,
Yeah.
and on the last one, the Trinity Sports, I don't think there's enough in the description. We may want to ask them to better describe what their project is.
And to
Because
me,
it kinda
that's like,
says-
in looking at that one, that's one where I would really want the city of Waco's participation in that. Also
I've
too.
actually visited that facility, seen it. I've seen I've seen kiddos coming and utilizing it. It's well utilized. They're running probably close to 200 youth a week through there. And the facility definitely needs some upgrades. It's very worthy. My concern with that one, Will, was what would happen if that money's spent to upgrade it, and in 5 years, let's say they go out of, they shut down. What happens to retention? Who owns that building? Who gets the benefit of the improvements? What happens to it, and so forth? So that.
So
was
I'm
one-
not, I think that's just the risk that we're gonna take in this whole thing is, anytime you donate to any charity,
Yeah, that may be true too.
are they, is it a long-standing organization that's been around for years and years? And you always have heard of the Boys and Girls. They have a fundraiser every year, and I'm sure they hadn't been able to have it because of.
So I don't think the boys.
But I'm not, and
I
I'm
don't
not,
think this is
I'm
even
not
used by them anymore.
I'm not even advocating for any.
Sure.
Of the.
Well, I've met these people. They're very dedicated, good group of people.
Who is their executive director?
I'm trying to remember now. I knew you'd ask me that question.
Well, all I'm saying is if they could give a little bit more detail as to what the projects are, because one was to better facilities, and then it talked about other programs, but to identify what facility improvements would be made. The other thing, Commissioner Smith, is we could put something in the subrecipient agreement to require that if they sold the property to other than another nonprofit offering services, that they would have to repay the funds.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's go back, so we need to take these one at a time. And so was there anything else on the Syntax Minority Business Equity Fund that you want us to, and when I say you want us, you know, Dustin and Reagan and Cody and myself will work on it, but we may need some of y'all and your staff to help us with some of this too, because you may have a relationship there that make it a little smoother. Is there anything else on that one?
And at face value, this one looks fine to me. I just want to make sure, I want to treat everybody the same. And I don't know how many different requests they've made and all, but at face value, this looks good.
Okay. All right, next is Centacor, asking for $24,500. I think this is a complete renovation project that was delayed due to, I guess, COVID. Any comments on it, Dustin or Ben? I know you met with them yesterday.
Zoom call with them yesterday, and these funds are well needed, no
Yep,
doubt about
yeah.
it, in a program
They do
that is-
great work.
So again, at face value, I'm good with this.
Yeah.
Centacor is utilized by our court system also too, so.
Thank you, I was fixing to say that.
Is this the drug alcohol rehab
Right,
facility?
right,
Okay.
right.
Right.
They work hand in hand also with MHMR.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we just talked about Trinity Sportways, Friends for Life. Friends for Life does a lot of guardianship services, a lot for our court, and I don't know what we'd do without them. They have, through the COVID, they were not allowed to keep kind of a adult daycare that they're paid for that, and so their revenues drop off tremendously. They almost had to shut down, and they had to keep certain people on, and so it caused their expenses to exceed their revenues. And we use them in our probate and guardianship court, where many times there's people in need of guardians, and there's either no family members that we can contact, or they refuse to help out. And so they take them, and if they have a little Social Security or anything like that, it can be assigned through the guardianship process to cover the expenses, which many times fall short. They've been around a long time, even back in other nonprofits work hand in hand with them as well.
Only question I have on this, do we know I'm just curious, what percent of their annual budget is this? Do we know what their annual budget
What
is?
are to me, it's just kind of guardianship services. That seems, I mean, I know you know what that is, and, but, I mean, is that all it's being used for, or, I mean, it just seems like a lot. Is it for the attorney ad litem's, or, that's,
It's primarily their operating expense,
so it is
negative
their,
operating expense.
okay, so it is their day-to-day.
And everyone in there is
expenses.
is under a guardianship.
Guardianship,
Yeah.
okay.
And Commissioner, if I could, Inez Russell, the director, did send over a detailed calculation. This points back to their lost revenue during the pandemic. So we do have that as supporting documentation as well.
And BKD reviewed that.
Dustin, did we figure out whether they had applied to Waco?
They applied for, they did the lost revenue to us and then have applied to Waco for other programming. And I know Waco has not made a decision on their ARPA request as of yet.
But this money specific for the program that we use in the county, the guardianship services.
And again, I would be curious, is it utilized countywide? Do we-
Yeah.
do we know
Tom, you've got some knowledge of this as well.
Yes, sir.
You need to come up, you need to be up here.
I do. Tom Ray, I'm on the board of Friends for Life, and I can tell you that Inez has applied both to Waco and to the county, that these funds represent, as Dustin was saying, losses during COVID. They had to continue with their, because they have the adult daycare, they have contracts with the USDA and others that they had to maintain, even though the population in the daycare dropped precipitously during COVID. They had to keep a professional staff on board because of the daycare as well. I mean, these are certified nurses. I don't have their title correct, but all that, these are definite losses.
How did they lose revenue that way then? Because they had to
They had to-
continue to pay staff?
And they had to maintain their contracts.
And they were
Okay, so
mandated.
then, how did they lose, where was the lost revenue? The USDA or whoever wouldn't reimburse it because there wasn't anybody there? Or, I mean, how was there a loss of
People are
revenue?
paying for the services.
People
Yeah.
pay individually?
Their daycare was shut down.
Right. And the daycare is the participants in the daycare help pay for part of that cost. Some of the cost comes from other agencies, federal agencies primarily. But,
And they wouldn't pay because there was no one there?
exactly.
Which they were mandated not to have anybody there.
And they were
because-
mandated not to have anybody there?
Yeah, they were
Catch
caught
20
in,
Catch 22 there, wasn't it?
well, there's,
Sure.
federal agencies, one side saying you can't have people there, another say you gotta keep all the people, the staff there that takes care of these people, even though they're
To
not
get your
there.
money.
What's the annual budget, Tom? Do you have a clue?
It's something over 3 million.
Okay.
Now, they're in 48 counties. I may be low on that number even, but, so they serve a lot of different counties. This request is for McLennan County. You know, it's not, none of these funds would be used in other programs outside of McLennan County. And I think that's in the calculations, Dustin, that Inez did.
That's correct, yes,
And
sir.
it's not purely for Waco. This covers the whole county, correct?
Yes, sir.
Open to the whole county. What does sub-recipient agreement mean exactly? Mike, what does that mean?
Well, we are the grant recipient. So what we do is when we issue a grant, we pay the money out to these organizations. We have a sub-recipient agreement. And we make them agree to all the terms that we've agreed to under the grant. So, and, indemnify us from violations that they cause.
So that
So-
okay, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I'm done.
Okay, so that any organization that we grant money to, we will have a
Yes,
sub-recipient agreement with them? Okay, because it was
Right.
only mentioned here under a couple of these, and that's what I was wondering about.
Right,
All
no,
of
we,
them will have a-
we've done sub-recipient agreements with everyone so
Okay.
far,
Okay,
and we'll continue.
okay, all right, thank you.
and Francis reviews the requirements for the grant and tells us that we need to be sure that we follow those, and so we pass that requirement on through the subrecipient agreement to the people that are the beneficiaries of the grant funding, so we're on the same page.
And the grants are very specific too, of that you must have an agreement, a subrecipient agreement, what must be included in it, what you need to make sure is was all detailed there, so.
Commissioner Smith, I'd also, I know you were asking about the executive directors for Trinity Sports. That's Johnny.
Hang on just a second. On Friends for Life, is there other questions or anything that you want us to try to dig into further? Okay. All right. Okay, back on Trinity Sports.
I'm sorry,
right.
just started talking.
You're good, Tom.
No, it's Johnny and Marie Berry.
Yeah.
Who are
That's it.
just wonderful
Good
people.
people, good
Wonderful.
people. I mean, very dedicated, very dedicated.
We're helping them with some of their facility needs.
And it-
Our engineering company,
Well,
LAF.
that's great. That's
yeah,
super.
Pro bono.
Yeah.
Mike, did you think we could use just a little bit better description on this one? Is that what I heard you saying?
Well, yeah, I thought so, but
I'd like to, if Tom's quite aware of it because his engineering firm, so I'd like for him to speak to that if he could.
Well, they have a very old building,
It is.
very old building. As you say, it's the old boys club, which they did acquire, and Johnny and Marie have ownership. And I'll caveat that a little bit because I'm not totally sure. I haven't seen the paperwork, that kind of thing. This is all word of mouth to me. But I have seen the facilities, and, you know, they do their best to keep those facilities where, you know, everyone in the county is open, is open to participate. A lot of folks in that part of the county participate, come in.
They do.
And, you know, they do things on their own. They redid the entire gym floor. You know, the
Not
small
easy.
slats too. I mean, hands and knees stuff.
Yeah.
So,
And it's,
Well, all I'm
it
saying
needs
is-
some ADA, it needs some ADA updates. I know that.
oh my, yes.
Understatement, right? Yeah.
there's,
can certainly-
there's one statement that says the funds could be utilized to repair the facility that supports the kids. And instead of could, it would be better if we slam some real bricks and sticks descriptions in there.
Okay.
I agree, because you know, when this all, if you approve something like this and it gets turned into a report that, you know, we're reporting on the expenditures, I think the more details, the better. And when I read that, I think that would be their first question is, what was the exact repairs that were done?
Okay. Okay.
And see, that was my question with Friends for Life. Guardianship services, I mean, we all know what, you know it, we know it, but is the auditor from the federal government gonna?
Well, it meets according to BKD, and Francis has a report that it qualifies from that standpoint, and so our subrecipient agreement will tie their responsibilities
Great.
to that, so we ought to be good.
Commissioner,
Francis, yeah, hang on just a minute,
Yes.
Francis.
No, and I was gonna say, you know, and, you know, to answer your question, you know, as we put together the documents to present to them, you know, Dustin and Mike and I can work together and we'll build up those files as much as we, you know, think detail needed. So I think, you know, the more information, the better that we present with these expenses.
And again, just the fact that, and I've said this before, and it still concerns me, that we make sure, because some of this money might be just enough to get them in trouble, get them halfway through a project and they run out, and then where do they go from there? And so I want to make sure everybody understands that these funds are, that's a final, so we don't get that
Right.
issue where somebody's coming back going, hey, we were a little short, didn't realize
I
it.
don't think that's a question on the first one, because once those dollars go out, they're done unless we have no responsibility to add more money unless it'd be a whole different discussion if we do. The second one, let's see, next one is.
I'm just saying on any of them, Judge, I'm just
Yeah.
in general.
And I would say, yeah, I understand what you're saying. I was trying to check these off though. Centacor and Friends for Life shouldn't be a problem. The Trinity, that, you know, there's probably no limit to the amount of money they need to spend on that building and all that.
Well,
but
and what
just-
brought that to my attention is when you start talking about ADA, you get into a can of worms there that you open that and it leads to this, to this, to this, to this.
If you, if you renovate something, you're gonna have to bring it up to
Oh, yeah.
ADA.
They understand that.
Do okay, good.
Well, it just, when we write the subrecipient agreement, I'm not gonna put in there, it could be used for, renovation. I need to have something more than that. I need to have something that says it's going to be used to renovate the so-and-so portion of the building by, just something.
But, I mean, you want it, you don't want it down to, we're gonna put in 3 sinks and 4 toilets.
No, I mean, it's just gotta be something that, and we usually require a concept drawing. We did on both the family medical and MHMR, we required a concept drawing.
Yeah, we also talked about a whole lot more money there too. So, I don't want them to have to spend the money for something that beyond what brick and mortar that they really need it for.
They have Tom for free, so.
Tom's
good.
pro
Okay,
bono.
there you go. There you go. Well, all
I'll
right,
get you
Tom.
whatever you need.
All right, Tom, you're on.
So in the agreement, is there language that says this is it, this is final, we under no circumstances obligated to?
Or any further?
No,
Anything
but
further?
there's not anything that says that. But we're pretty much saying that. The deal is that when you add all the stuff up, if we go up to 3 million, that is the tops. That's it. That's all we could do. So, it
So
doesn't
it's just
say
implied that?
Yeah.
Well, it's gonna come back. You'll see it before it goes out.
Okay.
So if we wanna modify it, we can.
Well, I mean, would it be appropriate today to approve these requests subject to approval of a sub-recipient agreement that's agreeable to the, to the,
I'm gonna ask Dustin to go down through each one of these and what he got from this meeting so far, what we're asking him to find out on each one of these to move forward, and then then we'll instruct Mike and Dustin to work on the sub-recipient agreement. But I wanna be sure we're clear, when this goes out of here, we put in all the stipulations that we want before we bring the sub-recipient agreement back. So while we're out there asking for information, that we didn't leave something out. I'm trying to get this all done judiciously, I guess you'd say.
expeditiously.
Or expeditiously, or efficiently, or one of those leads in there.
Well, again, I don't think we should be in any, I don't think we should be in any just crazy hurry to just, I think we really need to do our homework well. And I'm willing to help out anyway, so.
Okay, thank you.
I guess one of the questions and I'll share it with Dustin, that I'm gonna wanna know on all these is can we get a total of funds they've requested
Yeah.
on any of them? And then on these today, the only one that I'm hearing us talk about a little bit is on Trinity Sports, we need a better description. Outside of that, I'm pretty comfortable with that's just my opinion, but what's been offered up today.
Okay. Tom, did you have something else? No.
No, sir, I will work with Johnny and Marie to get that description I'll put some photographs in there, Mike, if that's all right, to kind of show.
That would be fine. We just, when we get audited, we need to have something, more specific. And Judge, our Commissioner Perry, whoever asked, you could approve this subject to those questions being answered and change and, additions to the subrecipient agreement to address those issues.
Okay. All right, Dustin, if you would, I want to see, this is a test. I want to see if you picked up all the things that, we're asked to do to move forward.
All right, so really for all of them, we can check with them to see the total funds requested from other entities, and we can check the status of those requests. For the Syntex Minority Business Equity Fund, we can ask to look at the areas that they had previously granted funds for, just kind of countywide, to see what that coverage looks like. For Centacor, I believe the only request would be just see who else they've requested funds for, and I believe they have requested funds from the city of Waco, but we'll confirm. Under Friends for Life, we'll get a better definition of what guardianship services entail, and we'll also then check on their request to the city of Waco, and we'll confirm. Even though Inez has said it, we will confirm though that this request is a McLennan County request and does not include the other counties, as Tom has mentioned. And then for Trinity Sports, we'll work with Tom to get a better description of the project, and then get detailed pictures and images of the construction as well. And then for any other use that they may use these funds for, we'll get a detailed description of it. And as Francis said, and as I mentioned earlier, we're constantly working on getting the background info for these type of requests to kind of supplement the file for at the time when we do get audited, to show how these funds are spent and they're serving the populations that are targeted under ARPA.
Does that sound like what we were asking? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. All right. Dustin, what's next?
All right, well, Judge, under L1A, we can.
Hold on.
One other question. We've talked about totals here of money available, and we've added up some of our county needs. At one time, we had discussed before this funding became available that we were going, and I think we did, vote some bonds or certificates of obligations to be sold to fund some county projects. Is that correct?
What specifically?
Well, I mean, just
Because,
for
I mean,
construction purposes, I think, for building purposes. Didn't we approve some, to sell some bonds?
We sold bonds in August for various, for the,
Zoo, wasn't it?
no,
Zoo
last
was-
year with the zoo.
Zoo was
Zoo was
2020.
Yeah, we did.
What did we just approve?
So the 2021 in August, end of August, there were the general obligation bonds
And for what purpose?
for various
Various needs throughout the county?
needs, yes.
Okay.
Facility needs,
So
road
we have those
construction needs.
available, and those can't be used with any other entities who are asking for help, but they can be used to help us. So if we're obligating $38 million out of 48, that leaves 10, and we've obligated here, will there be monies available through ARPA to help some of these other entities who are still asking for help? I guess is my question. If we use all of this up.
That's a timely question. So Dustin, go over kind of just the rough allocations with,
When they're $3 million for,
You're talking about
thought we had
under what LAN has sent us? That's what
It would be,
The infrastructure needs.
So infrastructure needs, in our original spending plan, we identified $2 million that would go for non-county projects, which would be those infrastructure needs, and then also those, any other requests, such as those that we just looked at, requests from nonprofits and other entities. And that's what we've gone back and re-looked at that spending plan now that we've got some firmed up numbers on the downtown jail, which are still very preliminary. And then looking at the HVAC upgrades, and then knowing what we've already spent on Waco Family Medicine at MHMR. And we feel comfortable saying that we could allocate $3 million for those non-county projects, bumping that up $1 million. But that is
For the
Sorry.
non-county infrastructure projects.
and nonprofits and all those requests on our main.
Altogether.
Altogether, yes, sir.
I mean, if you put a figure to those non-county infrastructure projects, they far exceed, don't they, Tom, the 2 to 3 million total we're talking about?
Oh, in terms of request, they're at 14.3 million. So obviously, yeah, they're way over the
Oh, that's what
spending
I'm
plan
thinking.
budget.
So if we obligate all of the ARPA funds to county project, all except 3 million, then, you know, these people, we're leaving them out, basically, if we do it that way, and we don't use the certificates of obligation. That's what I'm saying. Is this something that we need to go back and think through or look at as far as obligating all of those funds? What's the advantages, what's the disadvantages? That's for what it's worth.
And I think one way we have to think about it too, it's really not just the 3 million, because we have already done the 5.5 for Waco Family Medicine and MHMR.
That's true, that's true.
And
Good
so-
point. That's a good point. Excellent point, Dustin.
And, like the budget, we have numbers in, some have already committed, 5.5 million. All these others and the ones we just talked about this morning, as they move into committed at some level, then the vast majority of the rest of it is in courthouse and courthouse facilities and downtown jail renovation for courtrooms. And so as we look at the request that Tom's got that's outside county, outside of our county use, then we make a decision on if they're high priority and we think we ought to do them. Then the question is, do we pull them out of what we've reserved out of the $35 million of the courthouse renovation, which is probably, hopefully, high anyway. And so I think we go ahead and go through the exercise of looking at all those that Tom have. There's some that I think the court will end up saying these don't qualify, and we'll start narrowing that list down and get it down to something that we would consider. And then there could be, at a point, we decide, do we want to, what's taxpayers' best interest? Do we want to pull it out of the money for courtrooms, or do we want to, is it better served into the communities that have their request out? So that'll be the question, and we won't. Best time to answer that's after we listen to what Tom.
Well, if you pull it out of the money you've got for the courtrooms, then you've got to have some other source of funds to finish the courtrooms up. So
yes, sir.
What is that?
I think that's more debt, which is pretty,
Yeah.
we've found is pretty, given our current financial situation, is pretty easy to come by.
Yeah, and that'll be the question, so. Okay. Yeah, when I say it comes out of ARPA money that we were reserving for courtroom, doesn't mean that we're not gonna spend the money on courtrooms.
And see, that courtroom, this courtroom expansion is a direct COVID mitigation.
A lot of it, most of it.
A lot of that, to me, can be said, it's, so we don't have to use the base, we don't have to use we don't have to rent space, things like that.
Correct. We provide adequate
can-
protection in our
Right, we
existing
can spread out, adequate, air purification, things like that. Which is directly, that's like paragraph 1 or 2 in ARP, correct? Am I?
That's correct. And then there's also guidance about if funds can be used to help clear court backlogs as well. So that's another area it fits.
We got a backlog.
And the way that it's going to be set up with movable furniture, with the spacing in the jury boxes and the judges bench and with the fresh air being brought in through the new HVAC system. And if we do it, the air purification system, there's a lot of COVID related items that are there trying to address social distancing and fresh air and all that.
Okay, so do we want to go to Tom's information now?
We can do
Well,
that, Judge. Sorry, Mike.
Judge, on the 4 that we have today, what is the disposition? You know, what do we want to do? Do we want to say, we'll go and look for these things and then get back, or do you want to approve them subject to those things?
Well, I would hope, the only thing that need to come back would be the subrecipient agreement, because everybody wants to know the details and make sure there's specific requirements to each of these projects. But I think if we answer the other questions positive to what the commissioners want, that we could move forward with that. But the subrecipient agreement does need to come back because we hadn't seen it.
Right.
I
Yeah,
have one other question, and that is, are there others that, are there others that we're not seeing that aren't on this list? Are there, have there
Yeah.
been applications that have been kicked out already?
they're not kicked out necessarily, but asked to bring more information. In other words, if it's a nonprofit and they said COVID hurt their revenue, well, show us how much. And so it's accounting, and so it'll come back. We still have more to go.
So this is what BKD has said so far.
Yeah.
We're
So these 4 projects, these 4 nonprofits have met the BKD standard then, review?
That's right.
Okay.
Yes, and these 4 are ones that had brought a specific request. Others had reached out about, are we eligible? And there's requests from Creative Waco, from the Hippodrome, and so we tried to focus on these nonprofits that had specific requests that BKD had reviewed and provide the justification for. But yes, sir, there are several others on the master list as well, but none have been removed.
Yeah, and if we get a request in, it'll be the court that removes it. It won't be my office. The court will remove those. So, now Dustin may tell them they don't qualify, if they obviously don't
So
qualify,
obvious, yeah.
then the only other way would be come back to the court and ask for money, but not under ARPA. It's gonna be straight up like they already do. And I can't even think of one right now that would come under that, but if that sounds like a good approach.
I was just wondering if there were others out there that
Yeah, there's a couple, that need to get us information.
get the information
Be a
to us.
waste of time bringing it in here.
Sure.
If y'all can see that, I just pulled that master, and this is on the shared drive as well, so the commissioners can pull it up. So you can see the ones in green are the requests from nonprofits and other entities. Those in the light blue are requests from the infrastructure. So like on the affordable housing development, it's a request from Jimmy Dorrell, but no amount has been given yet. Senecor, where some of these are the water request and infrastructure that Tom will be going over. Requests from
Your
Create.
screen didn't update.
Okay.
We just scroll down or up or something.
Is it not moving?
No.
Okay. Well, I can read them off for you real quick if you'd like me to. So there's a
So it's on the
request.
drive.
Yeah, it's on the drive. Yes.
That's all right.
That's fine.
So these projects are going to compete with the water projects? Or have we kind of looked at the water projects and we have some
Well, we're
ARPA?
fixing to go over them and see
Okay.
if
Okay,
if anyone's feels like they're qualify or not qualify, so
Okay.
I think let's go over Tom's list and then we can come back and,
So Tom's item is under the supplemental. It's C1A. It's regarding the U.S. Department of Treasury Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund, American Rescue Plan discussion and or action on infrastructure projects update from Lockwood, Andrews, and Newnham.
All right, thank you, Judge, Commissioners, and Dustin. Thought I would give you a quick update. Is that the PowerPoint or is that just that one slide?
It's just the video.
Okay, all right. Very good. This is, and I have copies of this, hard copies, for any commissioner that would like one.
yeah.
Okay. But I'll give you an update on where we are. We've gotten some more information, but the challenge is going to be that 14.3 million so far in requests for outside the county infrastructure project. One more.
One more.
That's obviously,
Everybody have one?
Yeah,
Perfect, thank you.
that's obviously way outside what can be contributed, at least from the current spending plan. And so that leaves the challenge of how do you use $2 to $3 million to help with these projects in the best use of those funds, applying to the highest priority projects that benefit McLennan County. So that's going to be challenging to see. We've got, and I'll be working on this. This is part of the next steps. We've got to make sure of the amount of dollars that are available and then come up with a formula or a methodology for allocating portions of that to different projects in certain amounts that will have significant benefit to the project. And then we add on to that the fact that these are infrastructure projects. So if we tell Treasury, we're going to do this entire project, then there's a timeline involved with that, and it's got to be completed within that timeline. And the issue there is that if you're only funding a portion of the project, trying to help it kick it off, get it going, you've got to make sure that the project gets done by the deadline that Treasury has set. Otherwise, I think you would be subject to having to return those funds, potentially. That's outside of what my knowledge of how that's going to work. But anyway, there is that issue of if you contribute a portion to any of these projects, and then the project is not completed by 2026, what are the implications of that? So that leaves us with the challenge of compartmentalizing, finding a piece of some of these big request projects that the commissioners want to fund. So at this point, you've got the spreadsheet in front of you that I'm working on. We've had a number of discussions, phone discussions, meetings, that type of thing with mayors and engineers and others on these different projects. You can see that I've broken them out somewhat, and they can be broken out even more than this, but on the far left-hand side of this spreadsheet, I identified the arsenic-impacted systems, still defining where those are. Some have already secured funds through the Water Development Board. Others are still looking at how they want to go about removing arsenic. So That group of projects is about $6.8 million in requests. We've talked some about generators. Generators are now something being mandated essentially by the state after the February freeze. And Senate Bill 3 becoming law, all public systems have to develop an emergency preparedness plan. And they have different options on how they operate, able to keep their water systems operating during a freeze. But many have generators involved. I have looked at that. The total cost on the generators is $750,000. And I've identified, and I'll send this, have you, maybe get you to post it. I have a presentation updated from the last time we met, and I identified in that presentation a number of potential funding sources for generators. There was a discussion of whether or not to eliminate generators, with the rationale being those are part of the treatment system. Those should be, even though it's a mandate, those should be part of the operating cost of the system.
Now, can they apply for Water Development Board loans and grants for
Yes,
the
sir.
generators?
Yes.
And so you and I had the conversation,
Not grants, but loans.
loans.
Low
Okay,
cost
right.
loans.
Yeah, that's a loan, that's like a low interest loan program, correct?
Correct. And that's the Water Development Board's drinking water and clean water SRF programs have an allowance for that. There's some other loan programs within the Water Development Board. The Texas Department of Agriculture has a disaster relief program, an emergency need fund as well. There's a thing called, and I'm not familiar with this one, Communities Unlimited Loan Program. And then the USDA also has their rural loan program.
Now, if they borrow the money from that, what is the ultimate effect on the rate to the end user? Does it generally cause an increase in the rate to the end?
Yes.
Is there a way to?
Yeah, there's a pledge that you do on debt to the, at each
Like
meeting.
ours?
Yeah. And
Goes to a.
right, and so if they take a lien on that income stream generally, I don't know how the Water Development Board does it, but we used to finance them, and so we would have that was our debt service coverage was in the rate, so that it
Well,
calculated.
I've just been through this, and yeah, it's a significant increase in the water bills.
By taking out a Water Development Board loan?
Yeah, because you're paying that back.
Here's one of the issues I see, or I don't know if it concerns me, but I see, is let's say you take a rural water supply corporation, and they have historically raised their rates and their consumer rates to offset the cost, and those people have, over a period of time, paid for updates to their system and what needed to happen. And then you have another system that has historically kept their rates low and haven't kept their system up to date, and now all of a sudden they're asking for money to help them, whereas the other side of the county or any part of the county, those citizens have shouldered the burden over a period of time.
So which one of those?
Where's the fairness?
I agree.
So show me which ones haven't kept up.
I don't know. We haven't seen it. We don't know.
Yeah.
We don't have any numbers in front of us to know.
It's really kind of hearsay, I guess, more than anything.
Which,
I mean,
so, what are you hearing?
I'm not gonna say.
I mean, I don't know. They may have
I don't,
all,
I'm just,
but I
I
would
don't
like
want to
to know
speculate
that.
publicly.
Okay.
I would like to know that if that has occurred. I don't know it. I don't know it.
Yeah, I mean,
So I guess
I
you're
can,
asking.
I know which ones I've worked with and have kept it the same and things like that, but I don't wanna, I'm not gonna.
Well, is it safe to say if they hadn't had any capital improvement projects in the last 15 years, they probably haven't been keeping up with the system? Or, I mean, what's a fair,
I don't know.
How do we fit it in a box?
How do we determine what's fair for this corporation and not for this one? I mean, how?
And here's another thing too, is that, you had a big change in the rules, with that,
Arsenic.
the doubling of the arsenic, amount, or the halving of the,
Yes.
halving,
half-
of-
Right.
Down to 10 from
Yeah,
50.
yeah.
Yes.
so the
Those are-
reduction in the arsenic
Right, and
rules.
those would be, changes that you don't generally accommodate for. The DPA is gonna come in and mandate something and make you fix it. When everything else, the pumps are good, everything's running good, there's no problems with any of the systems and how they run, but all of a sudden, they've got to fix this arsenic issue.
And a lot of
That-
places
that would
are
drive.
going
Hang
to-
on, Mike. That would drive up the cost to the meter, to people in that area disproportionately to the ones that do not have arsenic.
Right.
And they didn't cause arsenic to happen either, so, okay, Mike.
Well, a lot of people have already tried to address arsenic with like reverse osmosis and stuff like that. All those types of mitigation equipment type deals have failed. About the only thing that's being shown to be for sure is mixing. So, if you can find no arsenic or low arsenic water and bring it in and mix it with your water, it reduces the arsenic levels to an acceptable level.
You show it on the screen, the arsenic systems. There are 3 of them that the county looked at in our Bureau of Reclamation countywide plan. And this was the arsenic plan. This was broken out. This was costed at a planning level cost. It's all based on what Mike's saying, that its dilution is, and diluting using Waco water, which is essentially has no arsenic. So it can dilute with a fairly minimal amount, but still a significant amount in terms of looking at the infrastructure required to get the water from the Waco system to each of these 3 arsenic impacted systems. Also, the price of the Waco water is significantly greater in most, and I think in probably all cases, Judge, compared to the cost of local groundwater. Okay? So they'll have to pay a premium on the supply, and they'll have to pay for the infrastructure, and then there is it gets worse. There's also the operating cost of operating the pumps and et cetera. But as far as being a solution to the arsenic issue, the dilution is probably the best route to take, and I say that that's in my opinion, because RO, in the case of these groundwater supplies that have iron in them, some level of iron, that has to be removed first, and then you can remove the arsenic with RO. It's a highly technical process, if you will.
Takes a lot of maintenance.
Takes a lot of maintenance, but it also takes sophisticated operators.
Right.
So,
Engineers.
Yeah, we, in the
And-
Glenn County Water Resource Group, had been doing extensive study on this, or having others do studies that, they've reviewed. And, I think, there is one, water company that wants to try something else. But the obvious one to us as a group is, the dilution. So like we said, the solution to dilution, to pollution is dilution.
there you go.
And so anyhow, we think that's the best.
And
thing
I
to
would,
do.
if may, I would point out that Riesel, because it's so far out there, there's no way they could pay for a line all the way out there from Waco. And they are working on an alluvium water dilution. And they've got a lot of these things in place. We just don't have a well with alluvium water yet.
Yeah, yeah. And there's a lot of alluvial water in that area, but you have to find a place to access it and then pipe it and get it moved. And so one thing that we might consider, because obviously this amount of money is, we can't be the only source to solve these problems. And so there is the Water Development Board and things like that. I think the water systems that have the unfortunate circumstance of having over the minimum requirement of arsenic, it would be for us to allocate an amount by meter. So that way it's fair. That's the fairest way to do it. And whether it's $1 or 10 million or whatever it is, that would be my thought. I don't know. I'm open for any other suggestions, but I don't think there's any question that we can't cover all this.
Before we get to putting a dollar amount, I had a question. Because I'm looking at the spreadsheet and listening to the conversation. I think what I see is that there seems to be severe issues when it comes to our water companies, our private water companies out in the rural areas and the challenges that they have. I'm looking at, I'm thinking of the fact that this ARPA fund, these funds are coming to us for us to mitigate those things that are attributable or to COVID-19 as a health issue. So I see how the arsenic, maybe it gets separated from infrastructure and equipment. But I want you to tell me if that's correct. When I'm looking at, we have generators on here and we're talking about storage tanks. And so you're asking us to prioritize, I guess, where funding should go since we can't fund this whole amount. So I guess my thought is, it really doesn't matter why or how a water company finds themselves in this situation at this time. What we have seen with COVID-19 is that anything that is a detriment to just pure healthy conditions in an area, it exacerbates COVID-19. It makes it worse. So I can see why we need to really look at the arsenic issue. But is that correct? Or tell me what I'm not seeing about generators and all this other stuff.
I think that's a good argument. You know, you could also make the argument that recovering from the freeze and having a system that is updated and prepared for that type of catastrophic event is also contributes to the.
Right.
But
we got to stay focused on COVID-19, don't we? Since that's the whole point of the American Rescue Plan Act.
Yeah, I am kind of hanging my head on the fact that water projects are eligible, and help me out here, water projects, wastewater projects are eligible. So, you know.
Right, they're specifically made eligible by the act.
Yeah.
Say again, Mike, what you say?
Water projects and wastewater projects are specifically made eligible by the act as one of the areas where funding can be used.
Doesn't necessarily have to tie into
COVID.
COVID-19.
Lost during COVID.
Okay.
It just has to
But
meet
if you
that
don't
definition.
have, if you don't have, I can see if we have more money than projects, and then what we would do is just prioritize and we fix all our water issues. But we don't have more money than projects. So we have to look for some type of screening process.
Right.
So what's the fairest screening process? For
I think-
me, it would be, and not saying the court, I'm just saying through my small eyes, when I look at projects on this list, what are those, and I like what you said, is kind of the public county benefits. What brings about the public county benefit? Because I can get distracted on who else is giving the money, and I can get distracted on a whole lot of other different factors. So I'm trying to stay focused on exactly what I should be looking at when we start prioritizing projects.
I think what would be helpful to me, and I can help with that prioritization if the court can give me here's some guidelines, and I've heard several of them in terms of show us how it benefits the county. Show us that this isn't some neglect of your system operations, that you should have been making these capital improvements all along. You know, if I have,
Now, on that note,
okay,
do you penalize the community and the citizen for what the water company didn't do if their issue rises to the level of, we really do need to come in and help?
well, I think that comes back to this court and how they consider it.
Will citizens elect those water board members
Right.
Yes.
in those corporations?
Yeah, they do, and there's a difference here between private water companies and water supply corporations who could come under a different statute and requirements that they have, and maintenance is part of that, where a private company has different guidelines, I'm assuming.
There's always going to be the challenge of, you know, has the system, water system neglected maintenance and updates and capital improvements to keep their rates low? That's a harsh reality that these small systems have to deal with. So I think one of my next steps on here is to get more information of that nature on the systems that are asking for improvements that possibly could have been financed through rate increases that were deferred.
Would you do that by looking at base residential rates?
I think you could. That might be a good starting place. But I think we can also look at rate history. You know, what is the history of you know, if you compare increases in rates in each system with the increases in connections and then I guess the third fact, and maybe several I can't come up with off the top, but the third one might be age of the system, of the system, and come up with well, you really, I think there's some industry standards, yeah. You know, we know the life cycle of pumps, we know the life cycle of pipes, you know, by type of pipe. So we apply some of that judgment in here.
Tom, I see where Riesel got some TWDB funding to
Yes.
reduce their arsenic concentration.
Right.
How did they get the funding, and have these other people applied for that same funding and been turned down, or just
No.
didn't apply?
Didn't apply.
Just never bothered to apply?
I'll need to double check on that. I haven't asked that commissioner asked that question
And
directly.
so that,
But I think that's the case,
I
at
think
least in one
another
of them.
thing that you have to look at, Tom, you're an expert engineer. There are some engineers that are better than others and more aggressive about their management of these systems. I think you have to look at that I think you have to look at that also too. Like that's where, to me, when I have gone and worked and tried to help these in the past, is it seems like it always ends there at the engineer. So,
Well, there's some, yes, and I think we can get at that,
like you said, it's a harsh
right. You know,
issue.
well, if you look at just the arsenic issue itself, all these systems are under enforcement order. You know, this is.
What does that mean?
Well, that means that they are violating a maximum contaminant level on arsenic.
And so are they paying for that?
Not
Or
yet.
They have not enforced
pick
it
it.
yet. They're hanging out there.
How much longer?
Well, EPA gave us, like 18 months, 4 years ago.
Right.
And so we had a meeting with them, and the penalty they said was 25,000 a day. And I said, well, we'll be done by breakfast, because we don't have any money.
Yeah.
These corporations, water supply corporations, are set up not to be a big savings account place. They have to keep up with maintenance and those things.
Right.
If a well goes down, they go to the Water Development Board, or used to FMHA and some of those places, USDA, and borrow the money and then put that debt service into the bill. And it was a requirement that they do that. But there's nothing in there for something that pops up like EPA coming in. EPA knows it. So EPA says, well, we're gonna, as long as y'all are working on it, we're gonna stand back. That was the last communication we had with them. And so we've been working on it. So I think that, at least in regards to the arsenic issues, one of the things that we can do is, we can't solve the problem, the county, through the ARPA money, but we can at least be judicious and fair by saying everyone's got it, let's just go by the meter. And I'm open for any other suggestion, but as you can see, there's different sizes of facilities here, and the solution's different in each one of them. But the common thing is their basic revenue comes from meters.
Judge, this is really a topic, we should have court just for this.
Yeah.
Because it's,
We need a workshop. I need your guidance on, you can see that there's pros and cons and balances that have to be found out. And there's not enough money to go around. And in that case, let me put it this way, there is not enough money to go around, but there's enough money to be of benefit to the county on these projects. It's just a matter of being able to find that point that you're satisfied with. And I think we can do that. I think there's ways to take your priorities, your intent for the county in terms of these projects, actually put that into a formula, and we can come up with a dollar amount that makes sense.
Yeah,
Okay?
sounds good.
For each of the type, we'll go through and filter the types of projects, and then we'll go through and take those and say, are they gonna be able to complete the project by the deadline? Or do we need to look at component parts of that project and represent the Treasury? We're only doing this part with these funds, or contributing to this part, so we know we're gonna be compliant with the deadlines. And then we need to do the math to figure out how much the county wants to contribute to each of these entities by project. It's not an easy, I think a little time to sit down and go through it would be good.
Okay, so we'll put this on work session, but I do want to point out that, we primarily, at least my discussion was about the arsenic specific, but there's other worthwhile projects in this list here that we need to consider too, and it can be in the work session side of it. But the difference City of Mart is that dam safety, Lake Mart Dam Safety Study, which our portion request was 77,000 that we were looking at before ARPA came up, and we were considering funding it at that time.
77?
But it will, we think it, I think it,
I thought it was half of that 77.
pardon me?
I thought it was half of that 77.
No, well, I'll check, but Dustin, wasn't it 77, the county's portion, and Mart would pay the other?
I believe so. I'm checking real quick, Judge, to see if I have it.
Okay, and then, there is also, City of Waco is requesting, to
Are these,
share the cost.
those, on the Brazos River
Right,
trading house?
and then, I don't know much about that trading house, creek, cooling water for data center, so.
I would just comment there, Judge, that's something like Lake Mart. Those could potentially be surface water supplies that would, again, dilute the arsenic issue, arsenic concentrations. And so they could be tied in with an arsenic solution, but.
Right. But and Mart will want to be able to sell water
Right.
as well, but they're kind of hung up, they don't get the valuation of the integrity of the impoundment, the dam,
Right.
and it's gonna be hard for them to move forward.
So I will continue to work, and then if we have that long session, I think I can bring back some details on how we might handle priorities and the fair and equitable allocation of funds based on how you set your priorities.
Tom, everybody else probably already knows this, but I'll ask it. When you come back, could you maybe tell us where some of these places are?
Sure. How about if I bring a map?
WSCs? Yeah, exactly.
That's
They
Elmont
have
Water.
names that don't apply to an area, so I'm not sure what we're talking about.
Okay, absolutely.
All right, and then the other thing is, if we do something on a meter basis, whatever, it'd only be meters in McLennan County, it would not.
Right, right, and we do have one of those that
It extends into another
Yep.
county, yeah.
I think it's pure. Yep.
All right, Dustin, anything else? I want
Thank you,
to
Tom.
recess from.
Yes, sir, thank you.
No, sir, Judge, if we want to just accept Tom's report for recording purposes, then we can move it to the work session.
All right, all right, is there a motion to accept Tom's report for the recording?
So move. Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass. Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. All right, let's recess and come back at 10:05. Okay, I think we have Janelle Foster, Dustin.
Yes, sir, Judge. So we have under items L3A and L3B. L3A is regarding the Texas Community Block Grant for water and sewer improvements in the unincorporated community of Elmont. Authorization of request for payment, draw request number 6. Then L3B is for draw request number 7. So I'd like to call on Janelle.
Good morning, Janelle.
Hi. Good morning. So these are the final two draw requests on the 2019 grant project that was done there at Elmont. And so we are requesting that the invoices that are submitted with that and that the draw be signed so that I can submit them to TDA.
Okay, is there any questions on these?
So this is final work? Is that what you said? Final invoices, or what did you say, Janelle?
Yes, these are the final invoices. Draw 6 contains the last of the water line project that we were able to do after we did the water meters.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the final engineering and a portion of the Langford invoices was through the grant.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the grant invoice on draw 7 is our closeout.
Okay, thank you.
All right,
Motion to approve L3, A, and B.
Second.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay, Dustin.
And Judge, we have one more item under ARPA, under L1B, discussion and possible action on ARPA funding for volunteer fire departments in the county for lost revenues.
Okay.
I know this discussion came up during budget and had been visiting with Mike about it as we worked through some of these other requests. So he's put together a survey. We wanted to let him talk about it just a minute and see if that's something the court would like us to send out to the VFDs.
Okay.
You're on mute.
Mike, you're on mute, Mike.
Try again.
Okay.
All right.
we created a survey and essentially asked the VFDs to figure out what their losses from not being able to hold fundraisers and other items, sales of shirts and this and that, that they do for their funding, what the loss from COVID was, and to show their calculations on an attached sheet and to have them back within a quick period of time, which we hadn't filled in yet. But it's more or less just and it just says the county's considering this. So there's no guarantee that, they're going to get any funding, but figured with the surveys would make it a lot easier to determine if that's an area where you want to go.
Okay, any questions anyone have?
I don't,
It doesn't obligate us to anything, correct? We're just asking how much they didn't, how much their fundraising was down.
Right.
Okay, that's.
I mean, the
I think it'd be
intimation
good exercise, honestly. So I don't.
I don't see a problem with the exercise. I hate to see them put a lot of time into it if there's not funds available.
Well,
If we're gonna
and
have
it
funds available,
says,
that's all right.
it says for consideration only. So, I mean, it's not, they should know that, well, they'll probably assume that they will get something, but, it's, I think that one of the ideas was to help these departments if they were behind, but we hadn't got around to them yet, and I thought a survey would be the best way to do it.
And technically, anybody runs the risk that comes before us with a request.
Yeah.
Putting their time and their effort into it and us denying it, so.
Yeah.
Or
I think it's a good exercise, and it could be that it's a amount of money that's small enough that, shaving here and shaving there could accommodate it, because they're volunteers. We need to keep them active and going, and they don't need a lot of deferred maintenance on life-saving equipment and fire protection, so I think it'd be something to consider. So, I guess, let's see, is that an action item, Dustin?
Shows it is.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, sir.
I make a motion that we send this survey out to the volunteer fire departments to obtain estimates of lost revenue due to them not being able to hold fundraisers or other pandemic-related losses of revenues.
Second.
Okay, a motion second. He had one blank there to be filled out, the timeline. We want that information back at, they're volunteers, they don't meet all the time. Give them what are you thinking, Mike?
Well, I just didn't know what the statute said the starting point was for lost profits. And we had put in a call for BKD, and Dustin, they just never got back to us.
We just got a response back, Mike, and I just during the break, just sent it over to you. So basically, Danny says, assistance we'd be providing to them is to respond to the negative economic impacts. So we could go back to March 2020 on and compared to historical trends.
Okay, so that would be March 2020
Okay,
as a start date.
yeah,
Start.
okay. All right, we have a motion second. We hadn't voted on it, Jim. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
Judge, we have two other volunteer fire department items
Okay.
we could go to now. H5 is action to rescind previously approved contract for fire protection services with Chalk Bluff Fire Department. So back in November, Elizabeth received notice that Chalk Bluff was disbanding. We've already sent out our agreements to all the fire departments after they were approved in court. Elmont is going to pick up that coverage area, and we do have another item on the agenda to talk about how to reallocate Chalk Bluff's funding. But for this item, we just need a motion to rescind that agreement.
Okay, I'll make a motion, we rescind our commitment to Chalk Bluff.
Second.
Have a second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Pose, pass. So,
Under N5 is discussion and action on reallocating Chalk Bluff Fire Department funding. We've received a request from the Fire Association for those funds that were do go to Chalk Bluff to go to the Fire Association this year. Just as a reminder, each volunteer fire department receives $5,500 plus $30 per square mile of coverage in the unincorporated areas of the county. Chalk Bluff covered 16.9 square miles. Elmont has agreed to take over that Chalk Bluff area. So one option for the court is maybe to provide some sort of transition payment to Elmont. They would be getting that additional $30 per square mile for the 16.9 square miles, which is I believe it's $557 additional. Didn't know if the court would want to provide a transition payment to them and then let the remainder of that $5,500 go to the Fire Association for this year only, or just wanted to see if the court had any other thoughts of how to handle.
I would recommend that we give $1,500 for the transition cost. I don't know what that'll be. I don't have anything to base that on other than this.
I mean,
What do you think?
I had floated the idea of giving all of Chalk Bluff's $5,500 to Elmont this year.
Now, they're getting the
But
coverage
yeah.
dollars too.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's just not on a, and then maybe we just, or 1,500 or what, I mean, there's definitely costs for, I mean, Elmont's already, they've had to take the one truck, and I know there's been some costs that have been associated with, and they're having to now pay for the utilities and stuff for that building and
So they'll maintain that other building?
yes, they will. They'll keep equipment there and some bunker, some gear there of those volunteers that live in the Chalk Bluff area. Several, there's several of the volunteers that live in the Chalk Bluff area.
Right.
What was the fire association going to do with the 50?
Yeah, that was my question. What I never got an answer about what the fire association was going to do with the 5,500.
Elizabeth,
Okay.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth might be able to add a little more. I know initially the request was for it to go to the Fire Corps directly. Fire
Training
Corps
and stuff.
Well, the Fire Corps was going to use it for, bringing water and different things out to a fire or out to a call. And after looking at the statute, Mike and I didn't feel like that really fit. And so I do believe the Fire Association would like to use it for additional training and then to also help support that Fire Corps in some way, but for training and those other needs. Elizabeth, is that correct?
I would rather see the funding go to fire mitigation. Chalk Bluff is a beautiful area, but any area needs to be covered and protected from fire or disaster. But I would prefer to see that funding go toward covering that area in cases of fire.
Well, now they get paid a square mile for, on a square mile basis, so they'll pick that additional money up there. And this has to do with, Elmont has already received their 5,000.
They never got it. The checks, we caught the check or something like that, right?
Just
Yeah.
got all the contracts
Yeah.
back to be able to issue the checks, so they have not gone out yet, but I think they're ready to go out maybe this Thursday.
Yes.
Okay.
What,
So we can adjust for
would we
whatever.
consider just splitting it, half of it going to
So that's-
Elmont,
that's-
half of it
that's
going to the
Fire
Volunteer
Association.
Fire
Yeah.
Association?
So, I'd make a motion that we
Okay.
split the Chalk Bluff's $5,500 allotment between Elmont and the Fire Association.
Second.
Well, I had a discussion.
Yeah.
My only thought on that is, the fact that the Chalk Bluff Fire Department has, gone away, doesn't mean that now there's funding here up for grabs. I don't want to see it that way. I could understand if we're gonna do the 2,500 to Elmont, because their 5,500 went for them to cover their area. But now they're saying, okay, since this volunteer fire department has disbanded, we'll take this area for you too and do that. So I think you have to account for equipment, you have to account for more than just gas if there's a call out there. So if we're not gonna do 1,500, we're gonna do 2,500, then the rest of it comes back to the county, because I don't understand what the fire association needs with it.
Well, but.
Well, they're gonna use it for training.
Yes,
And.
But
they do
if-
provide.
And.
If they
and
hadn't
this-
disbanded, they wouldn't have had it. I'm just saying,
Well, but it's still one fire department.
right,
So it's not like they should get $11,000. It's still gonna be one fire department. This is just a transitional piece. But
Right.
the other side to that is that the association is trying to take training and those related issues to another level. And I think they could use a little bit of, the funding to help do that.
Especially since we are now requiring certain metrics or whatever to be met by these to qualify for the 5,500. The association says we're gonna have to do a lot more training and hand-holding this first year until they get to understand they gotta do a little something for this, just, you know.
and I don't discount what they do, I'm just saying, but they knew all that coming into the fiscal year, and we've already funded them, now this comes up on the table. And instead of us trying to look and see how we're gonna cover the fire coverage, Elmont says, well, we'll do it for you. So I see coming up with a transitional cost to give to Elmont. I just don't,
Well, maybe by doing that, we don't have any more of them that choose to go out of business. Maybe the money is spent in a manner that we don't have to see another volunteer fire department go out of business.
I
because
hope
they do get the
not.
support from the association. So.
yeah. So that's why I agree with the transitional funding for Elmont.
Okay,
Question,
all right.
does that motion include the allocation of the $30 per square mile also going to
Well,
Elmont?
right, I'll amend that, but I think that was sort of implied that,
Okay,
that
okay.
they would
I-
get.
I wanted to make sure.
That they would get that, they're gonna get that no matter what.
Okay, okay.
So I think this is fair, I mean, it's not gonna come close, but, I think it's fair to Elmont and the Fire Association, because both of them have had to put in work on this, on this issue, so.
Okay, any other questions, comments?
Can I just make sure I'm clear real quick? So split it between Elmont Fire Association as well as the additional mileage amount, the dollar per mile?
Right.
Okay,
Yeah.
to Elmont.
Right,
Okay.
just to be clear, let's go ahead and amend it.
Okay, so I amend my motion that Chalk Bluff would get Elmont Fire Association would get half of the Chalk Bluff 5,500, and the other half goes to McLennan County Fire Association. And then the Elmont would get the additional square mileage, $30 per square mile. That was $603 from Chalk Bluff.
Okay.
Is that clear as mud?
Yeah, and
Got
the amended second.
Yes.
Okay, there's, and just as a comment, the only concern that Elizabeth have is that Robinson took over Hewitt territory, and they only got the square mileage fee, but
But when, both of those are still in, nobody disbanded, nobody.
No, they didn't
Nobody went out of
disband.
this.
They-
Nobody went out of business. That's a
That's
kind of a.
Additional funding.
Yeah.
They just, one pulled back and the other one
Yeah.
took over the space.
Yeah, and that was the square mileage, allocation.
That was what they got, was the
What they-
square mileage.
they got the
allocation was
additional-
increased. Yeah, they got it.
They got the, well, I think that's,
Yeah.
that's a different issue.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. No other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, Judge, we have one more item that, on for Mike. H1 is authorization of ATM lease agreement with Extraco Banks. And as we know, we had purchased the JP4 location from Extraco, and they had maintained a lease for part of that property, leased part of that property from us. They have sent out notification to their clients that they are going to be closing that indoor location, and they're going to just maintain the ATM machine on that property. So this agreement will terminate our original lease with them, and then Extraco agrees to pay the county $400 a month for that ATM, renting that space for the ATM, and it runs through January 1st, 2027, and does have two optional 2-year renewals. Mike, anything you wanted to add to this?
Well, obviously that frees up area for county use and takes out the bank use totally out of the interior of the building. But there's also an issue with the sign. There's a big Extraco sign out there, monopole sign, that they want to keep in place so people know that their ATM is there. And just wanted to know what you all felt about that. I don't know what sign we have out there about the JP and
It's
tax
I think it's
on
just
the
on the
building.
building.
It's on the building. Now that we bought all the property and everything, the sign actually belongs to us. It's got Extraco on it. And what I would say, I'd recommend or ask the court to consider that we, this year, we'll keep the sign up, and beginning next year, if they want to keep that ATM location there, that they actually rent that sign from us, and we get some revenue for that. Signs have value, especially one that big sitting there on the big highway. So that's what I'm thinking.
Well, we could change the lease this year to start charging them for it. You could just approve it with that change.
Well, we could, and I don't know the value of an advertising like that. But if we can get that, if we can find a number, what the value is for a sign like that, I don't know who we'd ask.
I don't know. I just pull it out of my head. I just say 200
200 of what?
dollars
A month?
A month?
Month.
A month? That's a lot.
maybe a month. I mean,
I think there would be sign companies that could tell you what that was worth. And I guess my other question, if I could, Mike, is $400 a month competitive? If we, would any other bank be interested? Or did we take quotes, or is this just their offer?
well, this is part of just reducing the lease. And no, we didn't take quotes or anything. It's just, we've had a very good relationship with them in this process, all the way from leasing to now. And,
Furniture, fixtures that they given us bulletproof glass, which is very expensive, that we have put to use. And I agree with the good relationship. They've been very easy to work with.
Well, and that space for the ATM is a small footprint, so I think $400 is plenty.
Okay, let's do the 400, I'm recommending the court, do 400 and 200 a month on the side and see what they come back with. And then it's only for 1 year, so if we priced it too cheap, next year we can adjust that.
It looks like it's 5 years, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's with two
27.
optional 2-year renewals, yeah.
That'd be, yeah, like 9.
I don't judge, maybe 200 a month is too much. I would start thinking about it. What if we did 100 a month?
What do you, I mean, what do you base 100 on, and what do you base 200 on? I can't base it on anything until I
Pulling
talk
it
to
out of
somebody.
you know where.
Yeah. I don't want any of that, thank you.
I had a question about the 2 acres behind there. Do we still own that?
Destin on the 2 acres behind it,
We own the property. It ended up, I think from the last survey, ended up not being a full 2 acres. And Commissioner, that's something we'll have to go back and look at. But yes, I know there was some interest in that property at one time, but I think it ended up being smaller, a smaller amount after some of the revisions to the parking lot and some things. But I don't remember that exactly.
yeah. Well,
Can we make this agreement separate and apart from the sign, and then do a little bit more research on the sign as far as what
Yeah, we could do that.
what we want to do with that?
okay. All right. Well, let's consider the 400 a month on leaving the ATM machine there, and that we need some time to figure out what a sign's worth. So,
But Mike, this is correct. This is like 9 years. Is that correct, Mike?
No, I don't have it in front of me. I can't.
Yes. It's through January 31st, 2027, and then has two 2-year option periods.
Yeah, 2-year option.
So we're talking about 9 years out with no escalation. Okay.
We need to try to get some money for that sign then, if that is the.
Well, we'll talk to them about it, and
See what they offer.
there's a value to it.
Sure there is.
Yeah.
well, you bring up the escalation. Do we want to consider that?
Yeah, that's a long, that's kind of a long contract. Is this it seems like a long contract for the county. Just in general.
And Mike can correct me if I'm wrong. I think they based it off of the original lease that we had on the interior of the building plus the ATM. And so I think they just tried to align those terms. So we can certainly go back to them if the court would like us to.
What's the, when do we need to get this deal done by?
I believe the bank will vacate sometime in January. So I think, Judge, we could defer and bring this back on the 4th. There wouldn't be any issue.
All right, let's do that, and let's come up with a reasonable amount of increase as the lease goes on, and then come up with the value of the sign. I imagine what we can do is call some of these banks and ask them what are they paying for signage on major highways. Or we'll find some way, if anyone
Right.
knows anybody in the advertising business, we'll ask them. Anybody know anybody?
We can find somebody.
Okay. I mean, like if you were a very successful, high-profile donut company out on a major highway, wonder what a sign would be. Well, you reckon those people would know?
Yeah.
Well, at least where they had a sign, they had donuts. They have donuts there too.
I know you're not looking at me. I don't know what those, but I tell you what, I'd be willing to pay $50 a month of it for us to move on so we can get out.
Okay, let's defer. I make a motion, we defer this.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
And Judge, one more cleanup item, L1A, discussion and or action on ARPA funding request. Did the court want to take any action or just defer today?
Which one is it?
It's
F1A.
L1A. It was the discussion on the 4.
I thought that was deferred until we got some more information.
I don't believe we took action,
Move
but
to defer.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Pass.
all right, Judge, we can move back up to the consent agenda. So suggested the items that were pulled were E3A, HR matter for human resources. Anna?
Hi, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Morning.
So the HR item, I'm making a request to increase the hourly rate for our part-time position. It's currently a max of $10 per hour, and I'd like to increase that to $15 per hour. I'm not making any request to adjust the part-time budget that I have in our department, just the hourly rate of $15 per hour for the clerical position.
Any discussion?
Make a motion to approve E3A.
Second?
Second.
All right, motion second. No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
E3B is an HR matter for district attorney.
This item here, it's a housekeeping item. The grant was renewed for this position. It was originally a victim services specialist. In the grant renewal that was awarded to the district attorney's office, the position is now titled a family violence advocate. So we just want to be sure that the position that we have in our system matches the grant that has just been renewed. There's no changes to the grant terms or the salary or the job description. It's just trying to make the names or the position titles match.
Any questions on that? All right, no questions. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Second?
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dustin, did Bill Helton want to discuss E6A2?
Judge, he was on earlier. I believe he has signed off.
Okay,
So I think we can go ahead and approve it if the court chooses.
all right. Under E6A2, is there a motion to approve?
So moved. Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass.
All right, moving down to item F, budget amendments, F1s regarding the FY22 budget, and turn it over to Francis. Francis, I know we'll need to hold F1A until later in the agenda.
Okay. So we will start then with F1B. F1B is a budget amendment request in the general fund for JP Precinct 2. And they are requesting to move within their department into furniture and equipment. This is to accommodate some increases in furniture that they had originally budgeted for, since there has been an increase in the price. F1C, this is a request within the general fund for the 170th District Court. They are requesting to move within their department into repair and maintenance to accommodate a new contract that we will be charging to that line item. F1D, this is general fund for Constable Precinct 4. On the last agenda, you approved the purchase of a cell phone. So this will account for the additional charges for the rest of the year, and he is able to move within his department. F1E, we needed to defer. We are awaiting a quote F1F. This is a certification of revenue. We're certifying the proceeds from an interlocal agreement with the city of Ross in the amount of $9,975. And then the corresponding budget amendment, it is requested by Road and Bridge 3 that we increase the road construction materials line item.
That was what, F1,
G.
F1G1?
F1F, that one was F1F. The certification of revenue, and then there's a related budget amendment as a package there.
Okay, F1F.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
Okay.
F1G1, this is in our 2019 bond fund. The request is to increase the tower communications project line item. There was a bid approved on the last agenda to purchase a generator for the Road and Bridge Precinct 4 portion of the project. So this is increasing that line item by that amount. And then F1G2 is also in the 2019 bond fund. There is an increase that is needed to the downtown jail project. And the increase is related to an installation of an electric duct heater and duct repairs. And that sums up the budget amendments. That was
Okay.
F1B through F1G2 deferring F1E.
All right, that's on F1E. Is there a motion to defer?
So moved. Second.
All right, we have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass. Under amendments F1B down through F1G2 with the exception of the deferred item, is there a motion to approve those items?
So move.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
F1H, authorization of Texas Association of Counties claim deductible invoices. We have 3 today. F1H1 is an invoice from TAC totaling $160 for claims associated with Christopher Fultz. This was a jail matter. F1H2 is another one associated with that same claim totaling $3,302.10. F1H3 is an invoice totaling $922.56 for claims associated with Jordan Tyler, and that was also a jail matter.
Okay, is there a motion to approve F1H1 through F1H3?
So moved.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
F1I, maintenance of buildings, authorization of cost increase for capital outlay purchase. Francis and TJ?
Sure. So there was a purchase approved in the budget for this year. It was a golf cart for maintenance of buildings. The original amount that was in the budget was $7,650. Since then, that price has increased to $8,300. So it is an increase of $650. And being that it is a capital outlay purchase, we have y'all approve those amounts. And if they exceed, we bring them back to you. There is a quote attached from Texas Golf Carts. And then I know TJ can answer any questions if you have any additional.
So just increase in cost and unit, you didn't like add a four-wheel drive or anything like that?
Air conditioning.
No, they wouldn't do that for me, Judge.
Okay.
Radio?
Air conditioning?
No air conditioning, no, sir.
Yeah, if you get
No,
hot,
so it's just
faster.
Right. So no, this is just overall price increase and the cost of utility bed on the back, which is just the flat bed, so we can stack trash on top of it.
Right.
Okay.
Brings it to that higher price.
All right, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second.
Have motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
Under item G, bids, RFPs, RFQs, G1 is authorization of recommendation for bid 21-018 limestone rock asphalt pickup and delivery. Ken?
Yes, I just want to preface that we found out we were using this product after we had already done the bid for other road materials. And so for the LRA, delivered price is $107.20 per ton. And for the pickup, it's $55 per ton. And for the LRA type D, for delivery, it's $109.20 per ton. and the LRAD pickup is $57 per ton. We only received the one bid from Vulcan Materials, and we recommend that we award to the Vulcan Materials for this product.
Okay, any questions for Ken? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to.
Go ahead.
Motion to approve G1.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Hey, Judge,
Under
real quick,
H-
could I real quickly?
Yeah.
Mention that I had the pleasure or privilege of attending the children coming over from the church singing for us at the Christmas program, and Santa Claus was there, and Ken bears some striking similarities with the beard and hair to Santa Claus who was there that day. So I just wanted to mention that. That's a compliment, Ken.
Yeah, and he's generous too.
He saves us a lot of money every year, doesn't he?
Almost very giving.
Yeah, thank you, Ken, for helping us out on that.
Well, thank y'all.
All right, Dustin?
All right, item H2, authorization of technical support, full support agreements with BIS Digital. There's two of these. H2A is regarding the 170th District Court audio video recording system, and that agreement totals $1,294.61. H2B is regarding the 414th District Court AV recording system, and it totals $1,130. And both of these are for the support agreements on that software and equipment, and the term of the agreement is for 1 year.
Okay, is there a motion to approve H2A and H2B?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Have a motion second, any discussion? No discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
Under H3, authorization of contracts for services. H3A is regarding Texas Brazos Trail. $15,000 was included in the FY22 budget for Texas Brazos Trail, and as we've done with other agencies receiving county funding, we put together a simple contract with them, and that's what's included in your packet.
Okay, thank you. What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second?
Have a motion and second. No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H3B is regarding Greater Waco Chamber of Commerce in Waco Digital Talent Recruiting Campaign. Court approved $50,000 for this campaign back in November, and this is the agreement to formalize that approval.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Second?
Motion been made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H4 is regarding the United States Marshal Service Intergovernmental Agreement, authorization of modification of contract amendment number P0002. All this does is it updates the Marshal's contracting officers representative and alternating contracting officers representative information.
Okay. Any questions? If no questions, is there a motion to approve H4?
So moved.
Second?
Motion made and second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H6, ratification of rental agreement schedule with RDO equipment for Road and Bridge Precinct 4. Commissioner Perry?
Yes, this is just this was just some confusion. We've normally done this in the past, and we got with Francis, and they wanted us to put it on the agenda. Or Francis, wasn't it you guys that worked
Yes,
with
just
us?
because there were some terms that were being agreed
They
to.
were a little bit different.
Just
So
run through
anyway,
court.
it's a standard piece of business. It's just we got ahead of ourselves a little bit, so we're asking for ratification. So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
H8, authorization of statement of work agreement with Dell Marketing Services for the Isilon relocation services. Lisa?
Good morning.
Morning.
What I have presented here is a statement of work with the Dell marketing team for their technology services to relocate the Isilon unit that will be going to our Cobb's data center. We have had this agreement reviewed by our team, the purchasing director and legal counsel. The requested edits were included in this document. This Dell team will be responsible for all phases of this move, reviewing and confirming the readiness, coordinating the timelines with us, the breakdown, transport, reinstallation. The cost for this service is going to be $14,532.25. I do have the funds in my budget. However, I will need to come back and do a budget amendment as we get closer to completing this project. Our goal is to make that move in January. So I'm just asking for agreement from Commissioners Court today.
Okay, any questions? If not, is there a motion to approve H8?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving down to item J, capital improvement and construction projects. J1's regarding ADA renovations to MHMR Crisis Center, agreement with HCS Incorporated Commercial General Contractor. J1A is authorization of payment application number 7. Ken?
Yes, we received this application for payment in the amount of $16,815. It was reviewed by Daryl Vickers with CP&Y, and I believe TJ has also looked at it. I think we're good with this.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
J1B is authorization of change order number 4. TJ or Ken?
So J1B covers an additional change order to the project that covers some additional flooring needs in the project, as well as some modifications to the ramp, as most of you may remember, in the gymnasium. So we have to add some railing and add some padding to make all that work. So we recommend moving forward with the change order.
Okay, any questions? Not, what's the pleasure of the court?
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
Moving down to item L2 regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program. L2A is authorization of reimbursement request from the City of Waco. Francis?
Yes, sir. So this is a request from the city of Waco for ERA1 of $13,648.40. And this should be the last one we receive from them for ERA1. This should close it out.
Okay, any questions?
Make a motion to approve L2A.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
Judge, we need to pull L2B with no action.
All right, we'll pull with no action.
Moving down to item M, Department Office Specific Request. M1, Constable Precinct 1, discussion and or action regarding transferring radar detectors. And I believe April is on the line.
Hello, April.
Hi,
Okay, and,
Walt's here.
and
Walt's coming in.
he's
He's here.
walking in. We see him right now. I recognize him. Howdy.
Heidi,
Okay? Pitch till you win.
well, yeah, I thought y'all had questions of training and things like that when y'all tabled this last time. So if I could answer questions for you.
I
Yes,
think,
sir.
I think I've already got answers to the question. Those machines are recertified, and so they're good to go.
And there was also a deferral just because of the processes. We want to make sure we had all that right. I think, Dustin, don't we have all that ironed out?
Yes, sir. I believe that's correct.
Went back through purchasing or somebody or someone and.
Yes.
Okay.
Y'all currently use these or use similar ones? Or
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
So all of your people who have them are certified to use them, then you train your.
Yes, sir. Anytime a troop goes through the academy, he
Right.
has a course on the radar.
And he only needs it that one time.
Yes, sir. But what we do after we get these installed, we'll have DPS come out and put on a half-day refresher course for us. And I make all the troops attend that and just to make sure they're up to speed.
Any other questions? All right. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved.
Oh, second.
All right, motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Oppose, pass.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Item M2, County Sheriff, authorization of cell phone request. David Ives.
Thank you, Dustin. This is in regards to some positions that we added mid-year back in March for the expansion of the JHCC. Two of those positions were for transport individuals, and we had said and associated equipment, but we didn't necessarily annotate specifically cell phones. So this is just requesting the cell phones for those two transportation slots, the guys that travel for us.
Any questions?
Well, I just say in my letter to the court, we usually buy a protective case, generally cost about 29, well, let's just round it off to $30. And the service is $39.99 per month. The phones are free, but again, $39.99 per phone, plus applicable taxes and fees. And anyway, and the sheriff's office has it in their budget to take care of this.
Okay, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, pass.
M3, County Auditor, financial update for December 2021. Francis?
Yes, sir, thank you. So I have this on here, beginning with we'll start on I guess we'll do this on the second agenda each month. I'd like to have some substantial financial updates for y'all that we can start the second in January and then work towards budget time. And so we can, see where, by that second agenda in January, I'll know, I can give you an idea of where we sat at September 30th and then where we are now, and what that looks like. And so today, though, I just want to focus on one matter, and I've passed out a little packet to you, and it is on the venue project. So I'm gonna share my screen too. So this first sheet is going to show you the last 12 months of revenues that have flowed in. And just to give you a reminder, the venue project is made up of two pieces. You have the project fund or the construction fund, then you have the debt service fund. So your project fund, that's what took in all of the bond proceeds and interest earned through the life of it so far. The debt service portion, the debt service fund, is what is taking in these revenues, the hotel occupancy and the vehicle rental tax. And then those, of course, are what are used to pay the debt service. So this is going to show you the hotel occupancy and the vehicle rental tax revenues for the last 12 months. And you can see, of course, as you scroll down those two first columns, that it has increased over those 12 months. Of course, depending on the month and the activity in Waco and the county, that varies, but you can definitely see the trend there going forward. Then the green column is just a total there. The next column, so when we look at the revenue coming in each month, if we look at it as what portion of the debt service payments for the year are we collecting for that month? So debt service payments, we only make twice a year, but we divide those up among 12 months. And if you did that, that's the amount that, we're looking to collect that month. So you'll see that there, and then the blue column being that difference. And then you'll see, moving into the last few months, the revenues have exceeded that month's portion of the debt service for the year. And then the last column is just a running balance. So that's, actual activity, what we've seen this past year. On the next page, so, letting you know that there's two funds to the venue project. The first being the construction or project fund. The current fund balance is $1.4 million. So, we have, costs here and there that come in, legal costs and some operating costs for the base. But our next step here is the initial payments to the city of Waco and the school district per our agreements with them. So these payments, and you'll see those there, the $1 million to the school district and the $500,000 to the city. We will need to have those on the next agenda, on the January 4th agenda, for you to approve. So those do come out, of course, the construction fund, and then you'll see there that the balance is that that negative 105,000. However, move on down to the debt service fund. We are sitting there about $3 million. Roughly 340,000 of it is, that's what we say we've collected for the upcoming debt service payment. So that leaves that 2.6 million. There have been discussions in the past where Mark McCliney has, said, hey, we have some bond insurance in place. There's different things in place that back us up in the case that our revenues didn't come in. And I know, my thought is we do want to be protective over those funds, of course. But on that next agenda, we can, with your approval, move that amount needed up into the construction fund to finish out those two payments.
Good.
So if that, and then, as this tracks along, then we'll continue to make, you can approve money to be funded up into the construction account, for the next steps of the venue project. The next sheet, and stop me if you have any questions, next sheet is just a review of the obligations that we have to the city and the county. I'm struggling with this document. We've made one small payment to the city so far based on the agreement. This shows you what comes due February 1st of 2022, and then what would come due in subsequent years. And based on the agreement, these amounts going forward are contingent on there being excess venue revenues as well. And then finally, the last sheet, we talked about, where we were right now and what that looks like, but I just wanted to compare these last months to the corresponding months in prior years. So one note, these numbers here, it depends on when you pull revenues. If you're looking at a cash basis, accrual basis, is it for our financial statements? Is it, when the hotels are dispersing money to the collection company? So these numbers won't tie directly to that first sheet, but that is the reason. It's just a different basis of accounting. So you'll see there, if you go back to, I think it starts in May, starting with May, the last 7 months, we've had the highest collection amount for those months compared to the same month in any prior year. And so that's been consistent since May. And then in the bottom two sections of that information is specific to this current year. So it's showing you, if you just look at October and November so far this year, how those compare to October and November of the last 4 years. And so just, from that graph, you can see that strong dip there in 2020, but then it's, bounced back higher than it even was before at that point. So I just wanted to, get this to you and give you an update here, and then, let you know that we will have those items on the next agenda that we'll need to take care of per our agreements with those other entities.
And
Okay.
we'll move that money from debt up there. to cover
Yes, sir.
That 105,000.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, any questions for Francis? And do we need to approve that for recording purposes or anything?
You can. Yes, sir.
Okay, is there a motion to approve Francis' report for recording purposes?
So move.
Second.
Motion and second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. All right, Meston, you posed a question, I asked you to pose it to the Commissioners Court.
Yes, sir. So we still have several items to go and also have two what should be pretty short executive sessions. Do y'all want to break for lunch and come back at 1:30? I know y'all also have the other meeting today at 3 o'clock with the city, or do y'all want to keep going? What's the preference?
Good. Let's finish.
Yeah, I'd prefer to keep going.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, moving on to item M4, Records Management Archives, discussion and interaction regarding participation in the Waco Library Genealogy Center workshop. Lisa?
Thank you, Dustin. Yes, as Dustin mentioned, the Archives Office has received an invitation. They have requested Carrie McGuire to get some information for them as their focus this year is on county records. and to also perform a presentation for them. And what I'm asking permission from the court is to provide that information as well as attend. It is on Saturday, March 12th, 2022, and it would fall outside of our normal office hours. So I would like to consider his time invested as time worked and to reflect that on his timesheet. The expected time for this event may be 2 hours on Saturday.
Okay, any questions? What's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve participation.
I have a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass. All right,
Item N2, discussion regarding healthcare plan audit and related engagement agreement with Messier 42 LLC. Judge, we can defer this again.
I move we defer.
Second.
Second. Did we get a second?
Second.
Second.
Motion and second, yeah, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
We need to hold item N3. Moving down to item N4, approval of order accepting donations for specialty court programs under local government code section 81.032. Francis?
Yes, this is just the listing of the donations made to specialty court for the month to
Move to
accept.
approve. Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
Under item O, Americans with Disabilities Compliance Project, O1's authorization of professional services invoice, CPNY ADA study report for the month of November. It totals $1,591.
All right, any questions?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Have a motion second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
Moving down to item P, the McLennan County Venue Project. P3 is authorization of planned maintenance contract quote with Ray Roker for the HVAC filter and maintenance. This quote's in your packet and totals $6,500 annually and includes AC inspection, heat inspection, and filter changes and other things. It's basically the maintenance contract for the HVAC system at the base.
All right, any questions anyone have? If not, what's the pleasure of the court?
Move to approve.
Was Ray Broker the, I'm sorry, is Ray Broker were they the AC contractor on the
base?
On the base?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, we have a motion second, any other questions? If not, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
Under item P4, discussion and action regarding dedication monument. We hope to have this ready for today, but we're going to need to defer it at this time.
All right, I'll make a motion to defer. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass.
Item Q, McLennan County Radio Tower Project. Q1's authorization of quote from Heart of Texas Electric Cooperative for power for Road and Bridge Precinct 4 Tower. Ken?
Yes, we got a quote from, as you said, from the Heart of Texas Electric Co-op. This is the start of adding power to the tower that we're constructing out at Road and Bridge 4. The line construction, as you can see, was $1423.37, and they had a tax of $96.08 for a total of $1,519.45. But down in the bottom said, if you'd wish to purchase a 200 amp 15-foot meter loop from the Heart of Texas Electric Co-op at $755.05. So I request that we approve this in the amount of $2,274.50.
Any questions?
I'd say, Judge, more power to the tower.
Yeah.
I move to approve.
All right.
Right on.
All right, right on. All right, that motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose, pass. Thank you.
All right, moving on to the supplemental agenda under item B, proclamations and resolutions. B1's a proclamation in loving memory of Mr. Noah Jackson Jr. Commissioner Miller?
Yes, thanks, Dustin. Good morning. And many may ask, why do these just pop up on the agenda? The families call me like maybe on that Wednesday and they want it for that Saturday. So I don't want you all to think that I'm just writing proclamations on my own. They don't give me much turnaround time.
Okay.
But I was hoping, and I thought that the court would be in favor of Mr. Jackson, who was a former city councilman. He was the one that took over Reverend Austin's position
Right.
when Reverend Austin passed. And he passed the Friday after Thanksgiving. And I was just proud to be able to offer the family a resolution of bereavement on behalf of the court.
Yeah, that's a motion.
Yes, sir. I move to approve
Second.
B1.
Okay.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? He's a good man. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Item C2 regarding U.S. Department of Treasury Emergency Rental Assistance Program, authorization of advance funding for program administration, and reports from the Economic Opportunities Advancement Corporation. Francis, did you want to handle this?
Sure. So these are requests from EOAC for upfront funding for the upcoming months for ERA 1 and 2. So they are requesting $1,758,234 for ERA 1, and that's their estimate of what they will need through the end of March. And so a reminder, ERA 1, we did get all of the funding up front, so we do have that cash that we're sitting on there. For ERA 2, the request is $854,197.72. And for ERA 2, we only receive 40% of the total grant award. So on a prior agenda, you approved an upfront payment to them of $1.6 million. So this would be the difference on the cash that we're sitting on. What we can tell, the Treasury is going to start to give us more of those ERA 2 funds once we have obligated 75% of the first amount of money we received. And we're very close there. So we're hoping that like in the next month or so, we'll know when those additional funds will come in, and then, you know, they'd be able to draw down or get those funds up front. Again, and, you know, they may just have to come back, you know, not every quarter on that one, but monthly. But we don't have those funds as of this time. So those are the two requests for both ERA 1 and ERA 2.
So obviously that sends them into more of a focus on ERA 1 funds now than 2, which is a good thing, honestly, so.
How much did the city expend of ERA 1? Was it around 1.2,
1.7.
1.7?
Yes, ma'am.
So right about 3.5, we add what they're drawing down today and what the city did. It's kind of like,
Yes, yes.
okay, out of the, what was that, a 7 million? So we're like kind of right at 50% of drawing down ERA 1.
Yes, yes.
Pretty
ERA
rough.
1 was right under 7.8 million.
Okay.
So you're getting close to half.
Okay.
If they were able to dole out this money that they're requesting today,
Okay,
add it with what the city of Waco pushed out, and then yes, you'd be getting close to 50%.
okay. Not as bad as it sounds.
So,
Yeah,
you know,
they're doing good, they're doing
and
good.
these numbers seem to reflect that E EOAC is getting after it.
I would say so, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Good.
Any other questions or comments? What's the pleasure of the court?
I move to approve C2.
Second.
Have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under item E, additional items, E1, authorization of intergovernmental transfers of funds derived from the County Healthcare Provider Participation Fund mandatory payments. Heather?
Oh, yes, good morning. Good afternoon, actually. This is for the District Year 10 Round 2 IGT request with a settlement date of January 4th. And since we do not have that amount yet, we're requesting to IGT the amount in the LPPF up to $21,894,934.17.
Okay, any questions anyone have? All right, what's the pleasure of the court?
Motion to approve the IGT up to the fund balance of the LPPF.
Second.
All right, have a motion, second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Pass.
Under item F, McLennan County Venue Project, F1 is authorization of professional civil engineering services proposal with Walker Partners LLC for Area B demolition project As the court's aware, the county now owns Paul Tyson, and once the new Paul Tyson is completed by the Waco ISD, we can have access to that area. So we've been working with Ken, TJ, Zane, Judge, and Wes discussing this area, and a group of us went out and met with ISD and with Wes several weeks ago to kind of come up with a plan. And after visiting more, we decided that it would be good to have a demo plan for this area to help us not only demo it, but have it set where it's usable for the fair, and then also thinking towards the future with the equestrian facility. So Ken or Zane or TJ, y'all want to go in a little bit of detail? Maybe Zane, if you want to talk a little bit about what this proposal actually does.
Yes, this proposal will allow them to go out there and determine what is exactly out there that needs to be demolished, create a set of plans that can easily convey to the future contractor what needs to be demolished, and provides a preliminary design, final design. They will assist with bidding the contract to contractors and construction administration, as well as utility coordination, all the different utility companies.
Which is one of our major concerns, is someone goes out there and starts tearing stuff down, that they don't break into a major water line or hit a big communication lines that cuts off people's telephones and or any of the above, gas lines, big electric lines. So we're just trying to be cautious.
Well, it'll be an opportunity to share with the utility providers the future plans so they can anticipate what the needs are for those future plans.
It looks like somebody's already pulled off some seating out there.
There was, but it's there.
Oh, okay.
It's stacked.
I just drove by the other day and I was like, somebody jumped the gun, I guess, or
They
something.
did, but they put the gun back.
Well, good.
It was just, they just didn't understand what the plan was, but nothing's gone from the area.
But we own that steel and aluminum. Is that correct? Or does
Right.
the city, or does the
County.
or the Waco ISD
County.
County?
You talking about the structure?
All the structure
Yeah,
and
we
everything
own
like
it.
that? We own it?
Yeah,
Okay.
so in the salvage bid, that would be,
Okay.
that's the value that would net against the cost.
Okay.
All right.
And if I just may interject, that they said that they would do this project for $24,000.
Yeah, which I was surprised.
Yeah.
But
We thought it
prepares
was a
us-
very good.
Yeah, it prepares us going forward too. All right, so do we know what fund it would come out of?
It'll need to be a venue expense, Judge.
Okay. All right, any other questions? Is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Second.
There's a motion, second, any other discussion? No other discussion, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, pass.
All right, Judge, that should take care of the action items except for the two that we're holding until after executive session. And we have two executive sessions. They'd be section 551.076 and 551.087.
Okay, I'd like to go in the order of section 551.087 first, economic development, and in the meeting would be Chris Collins and Dustin, and I think that would be all. And then in the second, under 551.076 of the government code, those are regarding security devices, and that would include Lisa and those she designates. So if we could go out of regular session and go into executive session.
Recording in progress.
Yep, there it is.
We're recording.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's call court back in session. It's 1:01. I'd like to go to item N3, which is discussion and our action regarding the Texas Code Election Section 127.1232, security of voter ballots. Okay, Jared, if you make an introduction on this.
Yes, during this latest special session, during the Texas legislative session, Senate Bill 1 was passed, which amended and changed the Texas election code in several different ways. One of the ways is, as stated in section 127.1232, security of voted ballots. This section requires certain activities and procedures be recorded and live streamed. This code states, the general custodian of election records in a county with a population of 100,000 or more shall implement a video surveillance system that retains a record of all areas containing voted ballots. 1, from the time the voted ballots are delivered to the central counting station until the canvass of precinct election returns, and 2, from the time the voted ballots are delivered to the signature verification committee or early voting ballot board until the canvass of precinct election returns. A video system implemented under subsection B shall be made available to the public by a live stream, and the video recorded is an election record under section 1.012 and shall be retained by the general custodian of election records until the end of the calendar year in which an election is held or until an election contest filed in the county has been resolved, whichever is later. What this does is it creates a need for us to create a surveillance system in which we can live stream these procedures that are outlined in this election code. We are working with IT to get the correct equipment and how to get this set up and procedures on how to implement and make sure that we are compliant with this new measure in the election code.
Okay, thank you, Jared. And the IT department has gone over all the rules and regulations and what our requirements are, and has fully vetted that. For security reasons, we can't go into details about those things, but it will take a certain amount of equipment, primarily video equipment and storage to accomplish this, to meet the standards that's required by the state. Lisa, you have anything to add to that?
No, sir, I think you've covered that. So we've we've made a budget amendment request to cover these expenses. And our preliminary estimate right now looks to be about $40,000 for everything necessary to support this change and those requirements. We have added a $10,000 amount for contingency.
Okay. All right, so going back to items N3, as laid out by Jared, what's the pleasure of the court? Is there a motion to approve?
Judge, I'd move that we approve a budget amendment in the amount of $50,000 to fund the required surveillance system in our elections office.
Okay, let me hold that motion. Going back to N3, is there a motion to approve Jared's outline of compliance for that?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Pass. All right, going to item F1A, we have a motion to approve a budget amendment of $50,000 to accomplish these measures.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? No other discussion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Pass. Okay, is there anything else to come before the court today? Dustin, is that?
Judge, I believe that gets it unless Mercedes or Reagan knows of an item we skipped over.
Good, good. She's getting a nod. We're done. All right. If there's not anything else, we stand adjourned. Thank you.